Good morning, everyone. A warm welcome to this special session, Subject Wise Guidance Series, which is in continuation to our ongoing initiative of Best is Yet to Come program, initiated on 13th July. This is a subject series is specially designed for September 2025 examination, those students who are appearing for the forthcoming September examination. It is a focus series to provide guidance to the students at the foundation, intermediate, and final level for the forthcoming examination. In 13th July session, we have provided the overall guidance regarding the forthcoming examination. And the series which is going to start today will be a subject-wise guidance series, wherein each faculty will share with the students the insights which are subject specific in relation to the preparation strategy, examination day tips and how to manage time in the examination, commonly committed errors, and how to avoid these errors in the examination. So we all hope that these sessions will be very useful to you. They will boost your confidence and streamline your preparation journey. Before we begin, it is our privilege that Chairman Board of Studies, CA Hansraj Suk sir, is with us. He's a visionary leader and guiding force for the student-centric initiatives. Welcome you, sir, to this program. Sir is a fellow chartered accountant, fellow company secretary, a law graduate, and insolvency professional. He has more than 3 decades of professional experience in the areas of in.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the introduction for me also. I welcome each and every students from the nook and corner of the country, or maybe some from the overseas also. I'm really grateful and thankful to the team there at the secretariat, headed by Rasmi Goyalji, and today Shefali also with us, and Silpa Agarwal. She'll be taking care of us and going through the various rather focused approach how one can really control and command on the subject related with the financial reporting for the final stage or final level exams. You see, like the initiative which Sefali is talking about, a focused approach, the best is yet to come. You see, like in the exam pattern, many, because of the many reason, some get succeed and some could not succeed even. So there could be many reasons. The approach or the behavioral pattern or the strategy also matters. In a better understanding, there is a holistic perspective which applies all across, and there are the certain things which applies to a particular subject even. Keeping that in our mind, the Board of Study has proactively worked on these subjects, and now the series has been started with, which will making each and every students to understand subject-wise challenges wherever the different attention required or the different level of the working is also required by each and every student, whether it is the final level, final students or the intermediate or the foundation. Whole lot of initiative is being undertaken by the Board of Study. I'm really grateful and thankful to the team at the Secretariat, more particularly so many faculties all across whosoever will be deliberating upon. They are the subjects experts. They have a command and control, and naturally they have a zeal and just to bring out best for the students. They have a feeling also. They know the challenges, they know the pain points, they know the problem statements of the students because they have really been working day and night with the students only. They see like the students are their own kids even. That is the feeling with them. I really appreciate this initiative of the Board of Study and look forward each and every students be focused, be connected, and be naturally the hard work has no substitute. Without discipline, you cannot achieve much in your life. Many principles, many rules of the game has to be understood with, and many things wherever you have a challenges, so uh, don't feel like board of study is away from you. Board of study is always been connected with. Feel free to connect with the board of study. We have a helping system, a well established helping system for each and every students. I'll request each and every students to motivate other students also around you, so that the benefit should reaches to the last person sitting at a different corner of the country. So with this initial remarks, I once again welcome the students and look forward their best of the journey and best of the guidance from the board of study. And I am quite hopeful that this series will bring out lot of challenges, a lot of benefits to each and every students. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Thanks to the Secretariat of the Board of Study, Rasmi ji and Sefali ji and Silpa also starting this way. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for taking out your invaluable time for our students and to guide them. Thank you for boosting the confidence of all the students as well as supporting our faculties for their initiative. Thank you, sir, for guiding us. Now, good morning, students. I'm Dr. Rashmi Goyal. I'm heading the Board of Studies Academics over here. And it is our absolute pleasure to welcome you for this second series of the best yet to come. As already explained by the Shefali, that in this webinar, for the final students in the first, second half of the pre-lunch period, we have scheduled webinar for three subjects of CA final. And over here, the faculties themselves, the subject experts, will be giving you the paper insights, the exam strategies, the tips directly, practical tips how to approach each subject. Once you will get, I request you to avail this opportunity to the best of the level to gain clarity how to approach this subject with precision and confidence. I Let me tell you that these all my faculties have been involved into all these subjects from last so many years and have gone through different credit schemes. Therefore, they are the best resources to give you a deep understanding about the exam patterns, your challenges, and how you can deal with them during your preparation. So please avail this opportunity. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Now, Shilpali ji, I request you to kindly request Shilpa ji to
Yes.
take on this.
So we'll be starting with our first session on financial reporting, paper 1, financial reporting at the final level. Welcome, ma'am, to this session. Ma'am will share with you the insights on financial reporting.
Thank you, Shifali,
Thank
and
you, ma'am.
welcome students for this subject-specific guidance. I'll be helping you for your final paper 1, financial reporting. So students, see, I have many queries also received, and most of the queries are on how to, what strategy to be followed for this paper, financial reporting, considering the syllabus to be huge and vast and the study material also voluminous. So students, let me just advise you that as you already know that the volume of the study material is in 5 modules, but don't be scared with the modules because most of the chapters are voluminous not because of the content but because of the number of illustrations which we are giving to you for practice, number of questions which we are giving to you for practice. And with the help of those number of questions, if you practice them thoroughly in writing, you are not supposed to, you won't be requiring any other material to refer for. So it is very necessary that don't skip even a single small question which you feel that is theoretical, or it's a small example and the weightage of this chapter is high, so such type of questions are not asked. Don't skip those small questions also, because those small questions will build a foundation for you, and based on that foundation, that conceptual clarity you'll get from those small questions. And once you get those conceptual clarity, you'll be able to solve the big full-fledged questions. Because in full-fledged questions, students get scared because they feel that my balance sheet won't tally. It's a big question. It will take a lot of time. It will consume a lot of time, and still I won't be able to match it properly or complete it fully. So the reason is that somewhere they are not having conceptual clarity. So for conceptual clarity, if you know the accounting treatment or adjustment item wise item, then you won't face any kind of problem, because if each brick is kept properly or is laid properly, your wall will definitely be strong. So your understanding will definitely be strong if you are following each and every adjustment, and you are able to do it in a form of double entry system. Okay, let me see some queries also. Okay, these are for those who have already done it. Huh? So students, what I am going to take care is that first I'll be sharing my screen with you, where I'll be giving you, just a minute, huh? Where I'll be showing you the section wise weightage, and through the section wise weightage, you'll be able to understand the bifurcation of the entire syllabus. Once I'll show you the bifurcation and section-wise weightage. See, those who are going to appear for September examination, or those who have already appeared earlier and now they are appearing for a September examination, this examination trips, I believe, they have already taken into account and they are following that. But still, those who are for the first time, they are starting their preparation and they'll be giving examination in January 26 or in May 26. They'll be just, this is for the first time they are listening it, and I want everybody to please take care of this, because this is going to be, just a minute now, let me just a minute, huh? Let me just show you the section wise weightage. Then I'll be able to explain you which topic to start with, how much time to be devoted for each topic, so that students cover the syllabus, cover the entire first round of study within this particular time, and then what should be your second round of revision and what should be your third round of revision. For so by saying, see, I'm very clear right now that for financial have to go for minimum. See, I'm saying minimum 3 round of study. And for 3 round of study, it means your first round of study is to be of much time, say for 2.5 to 3 months, because your entire study material is almost running in 5 modules, say almost 2,500 plus pages. So 2,500 pages, don't get scared, because I have given you almost say for 1,500 to 2,000 questions, including small illustrations, then your uh, test your knowledge questions, comprehensive illustrations, your practice questions. We have all inclusive. It will be a package of almost 1,500 pages, 1,500 questions. And besides that, I'm also trying to give new questions through your RTP, also revision test papers. So that's why the material has become voluminous. Content wise, don't get scared. Okay, so first let me just share the section wise weightage with you. Just a minute, I'm sharing the screen. And through the syllabus, I'll be guiding you. Students, hope you are able to see the screen. Okay. See, if you go through the section-wise weightage, we are having the entire syllabus of financial reporting has been bifurcated into 8 sections. For each section, there is also a weightage assigned, that is called section-wise weightage, based on the percentage. See, if it is mentioned as 10% to 15%, so your entire paper is of 114 marks, 30 marks by way of objective type questions, and 84 marks paper, 14 marks each question. You'll be having 6 questions, out of which you have to do any 5. So 6 questions into 14 marks, it comes to 84 marks. So 84 marks plus 30 marks of your objective type questions where no choice is there, so it becomes 114. So your both the question papers in total, it will be of 114 marks. And for 114 marks, if you take out the percentage 10 to 15%, it arrives somewhere at 12 marks. 11.4 means 12 marks to your, say, 18 marks, around 17 to 18 marks. So first topic, first section, which covers your introduction, which covers your conceptual framework, which covers your Ind AS 1, Ind AS 34, Ind AS 7, your Ind AS 8, 10, 113. All these topics fall under section 1, and the weightage is 10 to 15%. It means it is somewhere 12 to 18 marks. Okay. And then for section 2, we are having only one chapter, that is on revenue from contracts with customers. And that entire chapter, 100 Ind AS 1115, has been given 5 to 10% marks. 5 to 10% means 114 ka 5%, it comes somewhere around 6 marks. To 6 marks to your, your 12 marks. Okay. So question maximum of 12 marks will be asked from 115, and minimum will be asked for 6 marks. This 6 marks may be in your MCQ, maybe in your descriptive, or somewhere 2 or 4 marks का आपसे MCQ में पूछ लिया जाए और आपसे for example 6 marks का आपसे descriptive में पूछ लिया जाए, या फिर हो सकता है कि entire आपसे 10 marks का या 12 marks का आपसे descriptive में पूछ लिया जाए. So your section wise weightage will take into account both your descriptive question and your objective type question. Total में आपको देखना है कि compliance है कि नहीं है. Okay. So section 2, we have only one standard and the weightage is 5% to 10%. This is the biggest section. This is section 3. The weightage is 15 to 25%, and you are having here all asset and liability based standards. So Ind AS 2, 16, 116, 23, 36, 38, 40, 105, 19, and 37. So 2 standards which are more on liability side, employee benefits and provisions, and remaining your 8 standards which are on asset based standards. So total 10 standards are in this section, and the weightage is 15 to 25%. It means somewhere 18 to your 30 marks. Okay. Now we move on to section 4. Section 4 also carries good number of standards, 12, 21, 24, 33, 108, and then other Ind AS like 20, 102, and 41. So 3 plus 3, 6, and 2. 8 standards are there in section 4, and it again carries 15 to 20%. It means somewhere 18 to 24 marks से questions आपसे इन topics के बीच में पूछे जा सकते हैं. तो what happens जब आपसे 15 to 20% है तो सारे standard नहीं cover होंगे. All standards won't be covered in this 15 to 20% weightage. It will be that from out of this 8 standard, any 2 standard or 3 standards are tested, and they will in total carry your 15 to 24 marks. So sorry, 18 to 24 marks. Okay. This is first I'm emphasizing on the section wise weightage. I'm just explaining it. Similarly, you can go through other sections also. Because of lack of time, I won't take anything. You understood what I'm trying to explain. Now let me go through the ABC analysis. Those students who are going to appear in September 25 examination, or those students who will be appearing in later January 26 or May 26, at the time of examination, or say prior 2 months or 3 months before your examination. I'll say prior 1.5 to 2 months before your examination. Like we are standing today for September examination, it is almost 1.5 months before we are standing. There you have to go for an ABC analysis. ABC analysis means which topic is more to be focused on or first to be prepared or covered. Then you move on to second part, and then you move, that is we can say B level, and then you can move on to the C section, that is section C, where you have some standards which you can focus it later on. Okay, you can defer your preparation for those standards, but definitely for this examination. So the topics where in the section there are only one standard, questions आने ही आने हैं से. For example, your question from financial instrument आएगा ही आएगा. For question from 115, it has to come. The question from consolidation or group accounting will definitely be there. And if you go through past 3 examinations, you will find one compulsory question. Question number 1, which is a compulsory question, comes from your business combination or your consolidated accounting, group accounting. In short, you can say group accounting. So it is very necessary that you don't skip this question. Keep it as a level A or section A category का आप इसे mark करिए. इसकी preparation आपको करनी है. Most of the students which come to us and they say कि they get scared with group accounting. This is a compulsory question. इसमें balance sheet बनानी होती है. Balance sheet ज़्यादातर tally नहीं करती है या कहीं ना कहीं कोई adjustment miss हो जाता है या नहीं समझ पा रहे होते हैं, इसलिए ज़्यादातर वो छोड़ के जाते हैं. So students, what I used to do is that I always advise them, if you cover 103, if you study 103, 110 आपका almost 80% आप पढ़ लेते हैं practical question wise. I'm not talking about theory wise, क्योंकि theory wise definitely 110 में बहुत सी ऐसी चीजें हैं जो 103 के beyond है, क्योंकि 103 को भी यूज करने के लिए 110 पढ़ना पड़ता है. पावर क्या है, आपका कंट्रोल कैसे आ रहा है, ये सारी चीजें वहां आपको 110 से निकालनी होती है. देन ओनली आप ये समझ पाते हैं कि बिजनेस कॉम्बिनेशन करना है कि कंट्रोल आया कि नहीं आया. वो तो थ्योरेटिकल पार्ट में आप पढ़ रहे हैं, है वो भी प्रैक्टिकल. लेट मी फर्स्ट एक्सप्लेन यू. मेरे पास बहुत सारी क्वेरीज हैं कि थ्योरी क्वेश्चंस का क्या करना है. स्टूडेंट्स, इन फाइनेंशियल रिपोर्टिंग इवन योर थ्योरी क्वेश्चन इज अ प्रैक्टिकल क्वेश्चन. प्रैक्टिकल क्वेश्चन को आप इंटरचेंज मत करिए न्यूमेरिकल क्वेश्चन से. न्यूमेरिकल क्वेश्चंस हो चाहे आपके थ्योरी क्वेश्चंस हैं जिसमें आपको रिकमेंडेशन करना है, इवैल्यूएशन करना है, कमेंट्स पास करना है, एनालाइज करना है, दैट इज ऑल्सो योर प्रैक्टिकल क्वेश्चन. सो इवन थ्योरी क्वेश्चन हैज वेटेज. एग्जाम में इसकी इंपॉर्टेंस है और आपको वो पूछे जा सकते हैं, इसलिए पढ़ना ही पढ़ना है आपको. आपको फर्स्ट राउंड ऑफ स्टडी में तो कुछ भी नहीं छोड़ना है, ठीक है. पर ये फर्स्ट राउंड ऑफ स्टडी अभी नहीं है, सितंबर 25 के स्टूडेंट्स के लिए नहीं है. दिस फर्स्ट राउंड ऑफ स्टडी इज फॉर दोज हु आर प्रिपेयरिंग फॉर जनवरी 26 और मई 26. आई विल ट्राई टू गिव बोथ द वेज कि जो सितंबर 25 है वो स्टूडेंट्स अगर ये देख रहे हैं, सो दे शुड ऑल्सो गेट बेनिफिट फ्रॉम दिस सेशन. एंड दो स्टूडेंट्स हु आर going to attempt in your January 26 or May 26, they should also be benefited with this through this session. Okay, so आपको section wise weightage मैंने बता दिया. I'm just stop sharing my screen. Now I want to see this. I'm not sharing the screen. I'll be telling you orally. Please note it down. Your level 1 section 1 or section A, where you have to carry important topics, you have to mention important topics. First is your 103. If you solve the questions of 103, more or less आपने 110 के practical questions भी 80% की extent तक कर लिया, क्योंकि what 110 का जो consolidated financial statement आप बनाते हैं वो business combination के transactions ही आप use करते हैं. business combination के transactions के बाद NCI जो आपने निकाली है उसमें आपको post acquisition profit भी ऐड करना है, क्योंकि बिजनेस कॉम्बिनेशन हो सकता है फॉर मिड ऑफ द ईयर हो या बिगनिंग ऑफ द ईयर हुआ हो, और आपको सीएफएस जो बनाना है उसके 1 ईयर हेंस बनानी है. आपकी रिपोर्टिंग डेट जो सीएफएस की है वो 1 ईयर हेंस है, तो 1 ईयर हेंस का आपको पोस्ट एक्विजिशन पीरियड निकालना है. दैट इज मोर और लेस रिक्वायर्ड फॉर योर कंसोलिडेटेड पीएनएल, दैट इज रिटेन अर्निंग के लिए, या फिर आपको एनसीआई के लिए चाहिए. बाकी तो सारा आपको जो गुडविल निकालनी है या गेन ऑन बार्गेन परचेज निकालना है, ये सारा आपका बिजनेस कॉम्बिनेशन में आप पढ़े हैं. तो अगर आप बिजनेस कॉम्बिनेशन कर लेंगे तो मोर और लेस आपने उसके क्वेश्चंस कर लिए, ठीक है, आपको बन जाएंगे. दूसरा, आपको अगर कंसोलिडेशन के क्वेश्चंस थोड़े डिफिकल्ट लगते हैं तो आप अगर देखेंगे, इफ यू सी इन योर कंसोलिडेटेड फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट, यू विल फाइंड मेनी यूनिट्स आर देयर इन योर स्टडी मटेरियल. Some units belong to only Ind AS 28, that is on investment and joint venture, investment in associates and joint venture. Then you have Ind AS 111, that is on joint arrangements. Then your Ind AS 27, separate financial statements. ये छोटे छोटे यूनिट्स हैं, आप इन्हें पढ़ लीजिए. कम पेजेस को डिवोट करते हैं, इसमें इलस्ट्रेशंस कम है. इससे आपको ये बेनिफिट मिलेगा कि जब हम बहुत बड़ी वॉर करने जा रहे हैं और वो अचीव करना मुश्किल है, तो हमें छोटे छोटे टारगेट्स बना लिए. छोटे छोटे टारगेट्स बनाने से आपको एक ये रहेगा कि बिल्कुल छोड़ा नहीं है आपने, समथिंग यू आर हैविंग इन योर प्लेट. एंड दूसरी चीज क्या है, आपके पास ये भी आपको हो जाएगा कि मैं अगर बड़ा प्रैक्टिकल क्वेश्चन नहीं कर पा रहा हूं तो जो मेरे ऑब्जेक्टिव टाइप क्वेश्चंस में छोटे क्वेश्चंस आते हैं जो ज्यादातर आपके एसोसिएट्स या जॉइंट वेंचर के अकाउंटिंग के बारे में पूछते हैं, वो आप अटेम्प्ट कर पाएंगे, ठीक है. तो इसीलिए आप उन यूनिट्स को पढ़ लेंगे, स्टैंड अलोन भी पढ़ लेंगे, तो आपकी कवरेज हो जाएगी. तो सो गो थ्रू Ind AS 27, 28, 111 एटलीस्ट इफ यू आर नॉट एबल टू कंप्लीट द एंटायर स्टैंडर्ड. उन यूनिट्स के अंदर के क्वेश्चंस आप जरूर पढ़ें. तो फर्स्ट लेवल 1 में हमने डाला ग्रुप अकाउंटिंग. देन इज योर फाइनेंशियल इंस्ट्रूमेंट, जिसका एक अपना वेटेज है. फाइनेंशियल इंस्ट्रूमेंट में आपको किस तरह के क्वेश्चंस रेगुलर टेस्ट किए जाते हैं, इज बेसिकली योर कंपाउंड फाइनेंशियल इंस्ट्रूमेंट, आपकी डेरिवेटिव अकाउंटिंग में स्पॉट रेट क्या है, आपने क्या डेरिवेटिव की थी, मार्क टू मार्केट आपने इनिशियल क्या अकाउंटिंग करी, उसके बाद ओवर द पीरियड आप क्या मार्क टू मार्केट के हिसाब से पीएनएल में डाल रहे हैं, और एट द टाइम ऑफ मैच्योरिटी जब आप उसको कैश कर रहे हैं या फिर आपकी मैच्योरिटी पे आप उसकी क्या अकाउंटिंग करेंगे। तो डेरिवेटिव की अकाउंटिंग, सिक्योरिटी डिपॉजिट जो कि आपको इन ट्रीटमेंट फॉर राइट टू यूज एसेट की तरह आप कर रहे हैं, उसकी अकाउंटिंग पूछ रहे हैं, डेरिवेटिव पे पूछेंगे, या फिर मॉडिफिकेशन ऑफ अकाउंटिंग या डिफरेंट लोन्स जो है उसके लिए रहे। तो ये लेवल जरूर करिए वो आपका, क्योंकि भले ही 6 मार्क्स का आ रहा है पर फॉर श्योर शॉर्ट आपका उसमें से क्वेश्चन आएगा ही आएगा आपके एग्जाम के लिए। इवन इफ 2 मार्क्स भी आपका रह जाता है तो आपका ग्रुप रह जाता है या आपका एग्रीगेट नहीं बनता, तो ईच एंड एवरी मार्क्स काउंट इन योर सी एग्जामिनेशन। सो डोंट लीव अ क्वेश्चन विच इज कंपल्सरी, विच इज फॉर श्योर एट 6 मार्क्स का मिनिमम पूछा ही जाएगा। तो आप वो कवरेज करें, धीरे धीरे ही आपकी बढ़ती जाएगी इस तरह से कवरेज। ओके, सो दिस इज लेवल 1 एनालिसिस में है। बिसाइड्स दीज 3 चैप्टर्स आई ऑल्सो रिकमेंड सम ऑफ द चैप्टर्स विच आर वेरी एसेंशियल टू बी स्टडीड एंड दे शुड फॉल अंडर लेवल 1 कैटेगरी अकॉर्डिंग टू मी। वन इज योर इंडेस 7, इंडेस 1 या 7 में से आपको क्वेश्चन आता ही है तो उसे आप लेवल 1 कैटेगरी में रखें। ये छोटे स्टैंडर्ड्स हैं, आप इनको कर सकते हैं। इंडेस 1 में से किस तरह के क्वेश्चंस पूछे जाते हैं, क्लासिफिकेशन ऑफ करंट और नॉन करंट, अगर आपका क्या क्लासिफिकेशन होगा, ऑपरेटिंग साइकिल क्या है, ब्रीच ऑफ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स अगर हो रहे हैं डिफरेंट पीरियड्स पे और उसके कारण से आपको ग्रेस ऑफ डेज मिल रहा है, कब मिला, कितने टाइम का मिला, ये अगर आपको पता होगा तो आप क्लासिफिकेशन कर लेंगे करंट एंड नॉन करंट में। तो ये इस तरह की टेस्टिंग ही ऑफन होती है इंडेस 1 में। सो यू हैव टू कवर दीज टॉपिक्स एटलीस्ट। रिविजन में आपको इन एस्पेक्ट्स पे, जो इन कॉन्सेप्ट पे जो क्वेश्चन है उनको जरूर कवर करना है। इंडेस 7 में आपको तो पूरा स्टेटमेंट ऑफ कैश फ्लो बनाना है, तो आपको इसमें यहाँ पे बड़े क्वेश्चन देखने पड़ेंगे, या फिर एटलीस्ट आपको जो ऑपरेटिंग एक्टिविटी से कैश जनरेटेड फ्रॉम ऑपरेटिंग एक्टिविटीज है इसके क्वेश्चन तो आपको करने ही करने। ठीक है, दिस इज योर सेक्शन ए, लेवल ए, जिसमें हम एबीसी एनालिसिस में हम कैटेगरी ए में हमने जो डाले। नाउ कम्स इन योर कैटेगरी बी। कैटेगरी बी में वो क्वेश्चंस हैं जो कि आपके आएंगे, पर दिस टाइम हो सकता है कि इस अटेम्प्ट में आप ये वाले स्टैंडर्ड से आ जाए, दूसरे वाले में जो इसमें फॉल करता है आपका सेक्शन 3, सेक्शन 4, जहां पे आपके पास ज्यादा स्टैंडर्ड्स है। सेक्शन 3 में अभी हमने आपको बताया 10 स्टैंडर्ड्स है, सेक्शन 4 में आपके पास 8 स्टैंडर्ड्स है। तो इन दोनों स्टैंडर्ड्स जो सेक्शंस में जो स्टैंडर्ड्स फॉलो करते हैं, इनमें से आपके मोस्ट ऑफ द स्टैंडर्ड जो होते हैं वो लेवल बी कैटेगरी में आ जाते हैं। लेवल बी कैटेगरी में आपके पास आ जाएगा इंडेस 16, इंडेस 36, इंडेस 38, 40, 102, 105, your 40, your 16, 116 leases also, क्योंकि इनसे क्वेश्चंस आपके ऑल्टरनेट अटेम्प्ट में पूछे जाते हैं। 16 में ज्यादातर आपको क्वेश्चन क्या कैपिटलाइज करना है, क्या डेप्रिसिएशन अगर है तो रिप्लेसमेंट कॉस्ट क्या रहेगी, आपको रीवैल्यूएशन के समय अकाउंटिंग कैसे करनी है। ठीक है, डिस्पोजल और रीवैल्यूएशन में। 2 का क्वेश्चन अगर है तो आपके रॉ मटेरियल की वैल्यूएशन है तो कैसे होगी, फिनिश गुड्स की वैल्यूएशन है तो कैसे होगी, अगर आपका वेरिएबल कॉस्ट या फिक्स कॉस्ट है और आपकी अचीवमेंट लेवल ऑफ आउटपुट जो है वो उतनी एक्चुअल टारगेट से नहीं मैच कर रही है तो क्या अकाउंटिंग होगी। दीज आर द एस्पेक्ट्स जिस पे आपको अकाउंटिंग बननी ही चाहिए। ओके ओके, प्लीज स्पीक इन इंग्लिश। ओके फाइन, I'll take care of this student because some student earlier told me to speak in Hindi also. So I was giving a mix match, but I'll try to cover it only in English. So in your Indays 2, what I have said, you have to you should cover the concepts like valuation of raw material, valuation of finished goods, and in case of your target output does not match with the actual output, then what should be the accounting of variable cost and fixed cost. Okay, fixed overheads. 16, India 16, property, plant and equipment. You have to mostly how to capitalize asset, what costs are to be capitalized, what should be the depreciation in case of replacement or in case of revaluation, and what will be the accounting in case of revaluation done for the first time, revaluation done to be second time with earlier downward or upward revaluation. Such concepts you have to be ready with. In your India's impairment on 36, that is on impairment of assets, you should be aware of your cash generating unit, basically the treatment of goodwill, and what your individual recoverable value, what is the individual recoverable value of each asset, and overall recoverable value of the CGU, that you must be aware of. India's 36, again, what is to be capitalized as intangible asset, how it is to be amortized, and what will be the treatment in case of your revaluation. When to revaluation is to be done, basically fair value revaluation. Okay. Your comes 116 that is leases. In leases, you have to be aware of amortized cost, proper accounting of leases and modification of leases. These are two aspects. Leases in case of where more than 1 year का lease आपने दिया, right of use asset, how to create, what should be the lease liability, how to compute that, and what will be the accounting in case of modification of lease terms. Okay, this is in B level. And for your C level analysis, I'll suggest some topics like Index 34, which you can take it a backseat after completing level 1 and level 2 category standards. Then you can move on to your level 3. 101, you can lesser emphasis on your conceptual framework wala chapter, your uh, first introduction chapter, such type of chapters from where the probability of asking the number of questions or the frequency of asking the question is not very often. That those chapters can be kept in third category, and there you can go for later round of preparation. First priority should be given to level A category standards, then to level B category standards, and then your level 3 category. Let me answer some of the questions. हाँ मैं पूछ के हाँ सर मुझे मिला था 40 पे ना, 20 पे 22 पे तो मिला है ना, 5 मिनट देखिए सर. So only I won't be taking any general questions, only FR related questions मैं आपको कुछ दे देती हूँ. One question was that can we prepare your FR question when we can complete the study of FR in 50 days. See students, if you are going for first round of study, then 50 days is less for financial reporting, because Indias are very technical and huge. So you need at least 2 to 2.5 months to go for first round of study. So, and in Indias, as I suggested you earlier also, that we need at least 3 rounds of study to have a good hold on Indias. So we need at least 3 months for the preparation of this paper. So 50 days, according to me, will be less if you're going for first round of study. And one question was there. Okay. What should be the presentation? See students, where you are required to prepare the financial statements, definitely division 2 of schedule 3, that the format of India's based financial statement, that has to be followed. Working notes should form part of your answer. Not necessary that you have to give main solution first and then working notes. You can keep your working notes before your main solution, but it should not be a mess. Working notes, then main solution, then working note, it is not acceptable. Either keep all the working notes at one place at the beginning or at the end, but keep it at one place and then give the main solution. Read the requirement of the question very carefully, because sometimes it is not the calculation which is required, it is maybe the discussion, explanation, recommendation, or evaluation of the treatment which has already been suggested in the question. So there your answer has to be given based on the requirement of the question. So the terminology used in the requirement part, that has to be focused on. Okay. So students, for remaining, I think respective faculties or general tips will be covered by the respective faculty. Thank you, students. Thank you.
Welcome friends. Continuing this section, now I am taking up the paper number 2, Advanced Financial Management. Now students, the screen is visible to students? No, just screen share. I'm just sharing on the screen the syllabus, section wise weightage I will cover. Okay. Okay student, now this screen is visible to you. So student, when we start with this topic and paper, Advanced Financial Management, basically it is a 100 marks paper, and we can divide the overall syllabus in the 6 sections. Now, when we talk about the section 1, this section starts with the basically we can say that it is a kind of a section which deals with the basic aspects, or we can say basic aspects of the financial strategic finance. Okay, so that's why it covers first of all financial policy and corporate strategy. And next topic is risk management and advanced capital budgeting. So this carries a weightage of 8 to 15%. And accordingly, if we consider the marks of about 118, because overall, if we see that our question paper is consist of 100 marks, in which 30 marks is MCQ based, another 70 is descriptive based. Of course, the weightage is considered overall. Okay, it can be covered in a MCQ base or it can be descriptive base. So this, first of all, it is very important to remember that this weightage is applied to overall weightage of the 100 marks. Now in this question, there is one a choice of question of 14 marks and also include one internal choice of 4 marks. So accordingly, the overall weightage of marks in a one paper question paper becomes 118. So accordingly, that covers the 18 to 15% percentage area of this paper. So the marks comes about 10 to 18%, 10 to 18 marks. Now, as I told you, this section covers with the basics of the strategic finance, and it covers the basically, first of all, although it is normally said that the first chapter is theoretical oriented. Of course, student, it is theoretical oriented, but it is not 100% theoretical oriented, as some questions like sustainable growth rate, external funding requirement can also be asked from the same section. So my request to you, don't be in that illusion that it is purely a theoretical topic. Now next comes the risk management. Now when we talk about the risk management, of course, risk is a very strategic topic. Okay, it covers the various types of risk as we have covered in our study material as well. But our topic, this paper is AFM, is mainly to handle the financial risk. So that's why we shall see in the topics that we will discuss in a forthcoming discussions or everywhere generally in our classes. So generally we insist on the financial risk. So here we shall discuss the financial risk. Of course, this topic now in the recent examination, there was one question has been asked from this topic as well, because there was some question like that a person is dealing with the China. So what are the various risks that are covered? So in addition to the foreign exchange risk, this the other risks are also it is expected that student also cover the other risk. So this type you have to take care. Another part is that this topic is theoretical as well as numerical oriented, because in part when we talk about risk, it is a topic of the standard deviation that is very important that forms the basis of this chapter. So there are one or two numericals are there that are basically concerned with the standard deviation. Of course, more discussion has been covered on the standard deviation in the portfolio management. Then there is a concept of value at risk, where it is very important because it let us know the probability, and we can say it is also know the chances that how much in what how much will be the loss in a particular investment, or we can say that how much risk we are taking, we can say like that. Students are saying इंटर का कब होगा बेटा, वो भी साथ में ही है. मैं I think tomorrow or day after tomorrow you have to check the schedule. And one student is asking, sir, can you provide the bifurcation chapter wise linking with the question numbers, as in which chapters are high chances of coming, in which questions no? I will take up this query in the end. Okay, first let me cover this discussion. Okay, now next it comes the advanced capital budgeting. Now student, when we talk about the advanced capital budgeting, basically it is a topic that it is extension of the topic of investment decision that is covered at intermediate level. Okay, at the intermediate level, the discussion covers on the basic techniques of the capital budgeting, such as calculation of NPV, profitability index, and IRR. So now here it is an advanced version of the same, because when we have covered the risk in our first section, so when we incorporate the risk in our investment decision, then what will be the situation? That is the first part. Then there is a concept of inflation, because inflation nowadays is very important. there is inflation in the economy. So we have to also factor in the inflation aspect in our investment decision as well. So all has been covered here. Then there is another important aspect in this topic, and that is replacement decision, because we have to decide what is the best time to replace the asset. So it has also been covered. Then there is a topic of the adjusted present value. Okay, because see, when we talk about the adjusted present value, basically adjusted present value concept is concerned with the bifurcation of the financial benefit with we can say investment benefit, pure investment benefit. So here, what we do when we finance our asset from outside, taking the debt. So we are on the debt, we are getting the tax benefit on the interest portion. So that's why when we take on the interest portion, we are considering a situation where we are separating this tax benefit from the main our base NPV decision. So first we compute the base NPV, then we consider tax aspect benefit on the interest aspect, then we add it separately. So this is topic is there. So first section is over. Now when I talk about second section, this topic covers section covers the 20 to 30%. Okay, when we talk about 20 to 30%, the weightage is around 23 to 35 marks overall. So this section we can say it is kind of a theoretical. Security analysis means this section is concerned with the taking the investment in any security. Okay, and it starts with the security analysis, because in a security analysis we have to carry out EIC analysis, economy, industry, and company analysis, where we have to first of all where we and country we have to invest, then in which industry, then in which company. Okay, then it comes the technical analysis. Technical analysis, basically fundamental analysis covers 3 points. EIC, that is a based on long-term decision, whereas technical analysis is a short-term decision. Okay, we have to see the what are the movements in the price, and on that basis we take the decision. Then another aspect, very important aspect, efficient market hypothesis. It is basically the barometer of the you can say it is a barometer of the reaction of the market on the basis what are the informations coming in the market. So there are three forms: strong form, semi-strong form, and weak form. So this is kind of a theory has been covered, and it also covers one very important theory, random walk theory, which contradicts this perception that market reacts on the information. They say market moves in a random manner. So all this has been covered. Of course, when we talk about the technical analysis, that has not been covered in that much great detail, because we have to just give introduction, and techniques are very limited here, because technical analysis is a very vast topic, and n number of techniques are available for the analysis, and even the decision differ from the as well from the based on the interpretation as well. One thing, Dipender Singh, I will take your query. Just have some patience. Okay, I will take your written format. Okay, don't worry. Haritash, I will take your all the queries. Don't worry. Now next we cover security valuation. Now when I talk to the topic of security valuation, of course we have take the decision that we have to make the investment in some securities, financial security. Now we have to see how we have to analyze how we have to value or I have to value my securities. See what happens. I tell you very interesting thing. Now suppose any security XYZ Company Limited is trading in the market at say 100 rupees. Okay, so there may be two reasons. One, it has a fundamental value. Okay, now this fundamental value comes from the intrinsic value concept. So you analyze from this using the security valuation concept like dividend growth model, earning based model, whatever the model you are using, that has been covered here. So when you come to know this using this value, this value is coming only 80 rupees. So why should I pay 100 rupees? Because it may be possible that the 20 rupee premium is maybe due to speculation or the investors their own perception. So now in that case, you won't buy this security, and even you are holding the security, you will dispose of the same. Okay, on that basis, the questions are normally asked in the examination, where you are required to answer whether you should continue to hold the security, you sell it, or you acquire more securities. Now, contrary, you value using any security using the dividend growth, whatever the model you are using, and then you find out that market value comes say 100 rupees. Now in the market it is trading at a 120. Now in that case, it is beneficial to acquire buy sorry, take it reverse. Suppose the market value comes market price coming 100 rupees and the intrinsic value coming 120. Now it is a good time to buy the security, because ultimately market will came to know that this security has a more value. Okay, so price will go up in some time to come, and that is linked to your efficient market hypothesis. Now, since generally the semi-strong form prevalence in the market, so this time may be little, you have some time to buy the security. Now, had the efficient market hypothesis prevailing, strong form is prevailing in the market, then quickly the price will come to 120. So now this is the concept of the security valuation, and very more important, this is the I always say that this is the reverse of the cost of capital, because in the cost of capital you have to find the cost of financial instrument, but here you are given the cost of financial instrument and you have to find out its justified price. Okay, now next topic comes portfolio management. It is one of the very important topic. Now students are asking, normally questions are asked from this topic. Now portfolio management, of course, it is normally it is said that, sir, it is more concerned with the individual investment decision. Of course, it is concerned with the individual investment decision, but student, please note that the basic concept of portfolio management is diversification of the risk. Okay, the basis of the portfolio management is diversion of the risk. And when we talk about the diversion of the risk, so this risk can be relating to our investment decisions as well as other strategic decisions. And we have to analyze how the securities or the decisions are related to each other. So if there is one important concept, beta. So beta is basically nothing. Basically, beta is a relationship of particular security return vis-a-vis to the market return. So that is let us know how much risky is this security. So all aspects has been covered there, and even some like fixed income portfolio. Now fixed income portfolio is not that much popular in India. In India, normally equity market is present, but in the European world and now in the time to come, even it will also become very popular, because as the government of India and even RBI has allowed the individual investor to invest in the government securities and a retail basis as well. So this sector is gaining the popularity. So here we will come to know how we manage our fixed income portfolio. So student, with this we come to this discussion on the second section. Now I am coming to the section 3. This section covers 20 to 30%. Now this section is very important from the examination point of view as well as from practical point of view. Now student, when we talk about this section, this basically section related to, we can say that it is a kind of a non-traditional financial instruments. Okay, how it is non-traditional? Because these were not used to exist earlier, because like equity, debentures, preference shares, they are very old. Okay, they are from around 200 years back or even 100 years back, they are in the existence. But these like securitization, derivatives, mutual funds, they are some, we can say it is some 21st century's concepts, 20th century's concept, because here in these instruments are, financial instruments are non-traditional in the sense as that they are basically don't derive their value from their own, they derive the value from something else. Like securitization is nothing but it is a way of converting illiquid asset into liquid assets. And this also topic covers the tokenization. Now question comes, what is tokenization? Tokenization is nothing but we can say it is a kind of fungibility of any illiquid assets. Like a art piece. Okay, a art piece may have a price of $1 million. Okay, but you want to invest in art piece, but you cannot invest it. So in that case, what you can do? You can the buyer like you can combine together and invest in this 1 million art piece. Okay, of course, when you want to exit this, you can say exit this cartel, you can exit it. So it becomes only possible with the tokenization. A art piece is sale is comes out with the in the form of token of the small denomination, say $1,000. So that can be possible. Similarly, derivative. Now, derivative is very important nowadays. If you are reading financial newspaper, so there is one case I ask you in a 2 or 3 seconds. There is one very important line going on the very important headlines are in the news nowadays in a financial newspaper. You must be going reading it relating to derivative, relating to option. I am giving more hint. Just type on your screen. Yes, one student has written very well. Jane Street. Now there is a Jane Street going on in the market where an investment banker or a short seller of the USA has come can use the option strategies and he has gained a huge profit. So of course, in our academic purpose of this topic is basically hedging. Of course, this derivative also used for the speculation. And if we compare it with especially in context of India, if we compare with the cash market, now derivative market is very huge. Okay, I think it is somewhere around in world volume wise, it is in a number, we are coming at a number 3. So all this has been covered here, and now various varieties of the derivatives and how we value the derivatives, all has been covered here in this topic. And very important, there is one topic of credit derivative. Credit derivative is very important. Okay, and I can say that if you analyze the 2008 crisis, that is we can say so prime lending crisis, it is basic, the basis of this 2008 crisis was the credit derivative. Now the latest derivatives are coming, whether electricity, all derivatives are coming. Now recently MCX has come out with the electricity launch of the electricity derivatives. Now we are coming to the next section, that is section number it was section number yes 4. Okay, now this section is covered basically concerned with the risk management or hedging section. Okay, it covers the hedging of the foreign exchange risk and interest rate risk. So it is very important and it carries a percentage of somewhere 20 to 25, and marks wise this covers around say 24 to 30 marks. So here the some terms are there like benchmark rate. Benchmark rate is very important because now new benchmark rate has come into the picture. Like rates are Astar, Sonia. Okay, now Libor is no more in use. Okay, it is very important to note that SOFR, so toner. So these rates are new rates are there. Okay, so it is very important. And now this, since time is less, I cannot cover them more in detail, but I am just covering very brief on this. Now, second last section, section 5, it covers the basically strategy decisions related to the business reorganization. When we talk about the business reorganization, it covers our, we can say that it covers our basic main very important decisions like how we value the business. Okay, because once we value the business, then we have to take the decision how whether it is beneficial to acquire the merger, carry out the merger acquisition. Then in the merger acquisition, there is another aspect that how to finance this merger acquisition. It is another concept, and even this topic also includes the internal reconstruction. That is how we internal reorganization is there. There is another concept is reverse merger is also very popular in even demerger. So all topics have been covered here. Of course, questions are and even one EVA and MVA, very important topics. How to value the performance of a business. So all topics have been covered here. Now I'm coming to the last section, that is startup finance. Now this section is startup finance is basically now startup is a buzzword. Okay, now when we talk about the buzzword, so it covers overall our how we have to finance a startup, because that it is different from the traditional finance. Now, students, so with this we have discussed our syllabus. Now I'm just now I stop sharing. Then I give you very quickly the 1 second. अजीत स्टॉप शेयरिंग करना है इसको. Okay, student, this was the all about the syllabus. Now, there are some very few tips I am sharing with you. Now, students, since I hope you are referring the study material, our syllabus. Now, we have also come out with Saransh. Now, this Saransh is basically, we can say it is a brief summary of the topics that has been covered in study material. Now, please remember one very important thing. This Saransh is nowhere in the replacement of study material. So first you have to refer study material. Of course, this will be a very short note kind of a thing that will be helpful for you to save your time to writing down the points. Okay, you can make writing some additional points where you feel it is required there. So this is one of the very important thing I want to cover. Now I am just taking your queries, students. How to retain as a concept is this, इंटर का सेशन कब है? Okay, student, please note that inter sessions are available at today at 2 p.m. Okay, now can you provide the bifurcation chapter wise linkings the question and numbers in which the high chances of coming in which question no questions? Students, I cannot say in which topic no question will come because all topics are equally important. And please remember the format of your question paper is like that. Every question contains 3 subparts or 2 subparts. Okay, one question may contain the topic that you know well, other concept you don't know, then you will lose unnecessary marks. So all things are important. No topic can be ignored. Okay, all are equally important because it happened somewhere around in May 20 or May 21 or some, not May 20, it is somewhere around May 22 something where I not where the only hardly 5 to 10 5 marks question have been come from the forex. Okay, although the forex is a very important topic, so you should not take the risk. How to retain format of the questions in AFM? Arite, I think you want to know, want to know how to retain the formulas. See, there are not as much formulas are there. If you refer our LVC classes, mostly for the formulas we have defined how we can. We have defined the logic behind all the formulas maximum. So once you understand this logic, you know to cram this formula. And then, sir, with the inclusion of MCQs and removing 15 minutes reading time at examination, now examination are lengthy. So will you advise if we solve main all sums first and then solve MCQs? Please advise. See, Dipender, I think it is your own choice. I cannot, because if you feel comfortable, my advice to you like that, if one thing possible, if you after the initial reading of your MCQs, you don't mark and circle them, but in the rough work, you just in a or an answer book, you mark one time your answers. Then in the end of 15 to 20 minutes, you circle them with the confidence. Okay, that can be strategy, but it is up to you how do you. But my advice to you that MCQ if can be tried first, because if you gain about say if you prepare start attempting the MCQs, once you are confident I am can secure 30 marks or say 25 marks, so then it boosts up your confidence. So overall I can say that first of all you try to see which questions I am comfortable to attempt. If you see I am comfortable to attempt the MCQ part, then go for the same. If you don't comfortable, then you go for descriptive. So it is choice up to you. It is the level of comfort is there. format of question and how to learn. See, but so far as the solving of the questions. Okay. Dipender, you are right that in the pressure main sums are going to incorrect, but in the pressure in MCQ you can also get the confused. So you have to maintain your coolness, calmness. It is very important. Okay, very important. Okay, you have to take a smart decision. Okay, so don't worry. Don't, if you sit with an exam with the tension or the stress, of course you will commit the mistake in both. So pressure is everywhere. Pressure is for everywhere. Okay, so don't worry about the same, and you sit with the confidence. Format of the questions, solve, and how to learn. See, Haritesh, there is no such format. I think you refer study material where the presentation method is a good one and it is enough one. It is not less, it is not more. It is not formula. I am asking format as like in case of dividend equation. So here, like in a dividend equation concept, I think you are referring the concept of question of mutual fund that has been asked in the recent examination. Now, if you see that, there we have, if you see the format, in there we have used the per unit as well. Because all this per unit, because if we ask per unit, because why we are computing the values per unit as well, because we have to sell and even some investor exit the mutual fund, so they will be exit or entry will be on the per unit basis. So per unit one is one of the important pillar of our table. So you have to judge it from the answer given, that what information is required to answer the question. So there is no any particular format is there. Okay, and you have to see, you have to save the time, because see, if you repeat each and everything again and again, so it will consume your time. Legibility plus saving of time. This is a two things you have to keep in your mind. Formula of course carries the marks, Pramod, but you can, like in case of CAPM, you just write CAPM is equal to RM, RP is equal to RF plus beta into RM minus RF. You just write it. You need to explain the meaning of each and every term, but you have to give this much of formula there. Of course, it can carry weightage. Always may not be always, but in the most of cases it carries the weightage, because it depends on the marks allocated to the question. Say a question is of about say 8 marks. Okay, it is carries only 4 steps. So of course sometimes 2 marks are allocated for this each step, but in a one step is very small. So of course the examiner or paper valuer may attach 1 mark for the formula as well. So it depends. But my request to you, please mention the formula without explaining the term. Sir, please take my query. Ritesh, what is your query, beta? I think I have taken most of the query. Ritesh, asking what is the format. Dividend equalization I have covered. Ritesh, you are retain the format in the question. Ritesh, I think even what query you have been left, please let me know again. Time management, beta, Khushi, it is, I think for the time management, the best exercise, you take the mock test in examination like condition. Because it is the best way to manage your time. So my request to you, please at least attempt 1 mock test. Of course, you get fail, no problem, because it is a net practice. Okay, so please, Aritesh, please confirm, beta, is your query has been taken or not? Which query is not taken? I have not taken. So that my next faculty is waiting with Karuna madam is waiting. I think I have taken all the queries. Pressurize everything. Yes, I think. Is there any difference to ask the copies of the exam through RTI or ICI verification route? I am not getting marks in FR and audit. Now audit madam is there with us. She will reply. Is there any difference to ask copies of exam through RTI or ICA verification route? I think better you contact the examination. I cannot concrete answer to you. Okay, student. Thank you for very much for your patience listening. Now I am handing over the dice to the Karuna madam. Now she will take further for the topic. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for hearing the dice. Good morning, students. Rather, it's good afternoon, students. Hope your studies are going well and you are working hard and studying. In fact, you are in the revision part of your syllabi. Right or not? Yes or not? I'm waiting for your answer, right? Because we can have it interactive. So I got the opportunity to interact with all of you for sharing the insight for CA Final Paper 3. You all are aware, in fact, rather now we are on 15th of July. So you all are aware that our whole syllabus, that is 19 chapters, is being divided into 5 sections, right? And first and utmost important section is based on engagement and quality control standards. So all the standards means 46 engagement and quality control standards are covered in this section, right? And weightage for the same is 45% to 55%. If we see in the marks, it is 52 to 62 marks, right? So this is very, very important and crucial part of the syllabi. Yeah. Then next most important topic which I feel which students love to study is professional ethics. Section 5, chapter 19th. So our first to 11 chapters are covered in section 1. 19th, last but not least, is covered in section 5, that is professional ethics. And again, weightage for the same is 17% to 24%. It means 20 to 27 marks. So you see, if we complete section 1 properly and section 5, we are in the safe zone. Means more than 70 marks paper is being covered over here. Now comes to section 2 and section 4. In section 2, we are having digital auditing and assurance. And in section 4, we are having ESG. And for both the section, weightage is same, right? And 4 to 6 marks question can be asked from that section. So that is section 2 and section 4. Now remaining all the topics, miscellaneous audits are covered in section 3. Okay, means group audit, internal audit, investigation, due diligence, forensic audit, right? Audit of PSUs, audit of bank, audit of NBFC. So all those topics are covered in the section 3 and which is same, that is for section 5. Means 17% to 24%, it means minimum of 20 marks and maximum of 27 marks. So this is the overview of the whole syllabus. I think most of the students are worried about the auditing subject. Now let me ask you one question, right? And please answer this honestly. Okay. How much time you are allocating to auditing subject? If we see we are having 24 hours duration in the day, okay? So maybe you are 8 hours or 9 hours you're sleeping, 2 to 3 hours you have like allotted to your important necessary activities like eating food, taking bath, okay? Then remaining 13 hours or remaining 12 hours.
how much time you are giving to auditing in comparison to FR, AFM or other subjects. So the answer is you are not justifying with the subject. So main query is why we are not getting marks in auditing subject. First thing, very important thing, we are not allocating sufficient time. I'm not asking for equal time, but at least 2 to 3 hours daily should be given to auditing subject. If you really want to secure exemption, then also if you are allotting 3 hours duration of the day to the subject and you are having writing practice, you are studying properly, I promise you, you will get more than 60 marks, right? Because in day to day, when we interact with the students, when they are not getting marks, they talk to us, they mail us, they write to us, they sometimes some students come personally. So what I find that students are not justifying with this subject. But you know, all the papers carry 100 marks, FR, AFM and auditing. So one thing you need to understand specifically, we need to justify the preparation time for the auditing subject. So if we talk now, when I saw the queries which I got from the students, that how much time we should study, how to revise, how to prepare, how to write the answer, how to secure exemption, then I think in 1.5 days duration, how to revise the whole syllabus. This kind of query I saw, which you sent in the advance, and maximum queries for the auditing subject. And I'm also worried for all of you, right? So let me start. Whether I should start with the weakness, what we are not doing, what we should do. First thing we should justify with the subject, right? Our planning should be in such a manner that we are able to have at least 3 revisions. 3 revisions are very, very important because when we read for the first time, we think that yes, we are able to understand and we are through with the concept. Okay. So when comes the turn to write the answer, we are not able to recall the provisions, we are not able to recall the explanation, and we are not able to write the required and relevant answer. So first thing we need to understand, because if we are doing multiple revision, like what I have studied today, if I have allocated some time tomorrow, for the same, it will take lesser time, but the recalling of the provision will may be easier. Then third day, if we are giving time to the same, it will retain in our brain and we will be able to write the relevant points. Now, second point comes is when you have studied, like suppose today I have studied SQC1. Okay, my target is to study SQC1 and I have completed SQC1 today in 2 hours duration, right? After studying, I need to write at least 2 questions. At least 2 questions, because when I was studying, I read all the test your understanding, I read all the theoretical questions which are given. Generally, the questions which are given in the study material are compilation of the new questions, questions which are given in the mock test paper, questions which are being asked in the revisionary test paper, questions which are being asked in the examination also. So after the end of the chapter, if we see the questions, it is comprising of all the suggested as well as mock test paper, RTP, right? So all the questions are given over there. Okay. So you have read all the questions, you have read all the answers. Okay. But at least 2 questions you need to have writing practice. Once when you will be writing, and thereafter, when you will be analyzing whether I have given the correct content, whether the required and relevant answer is there, it should not so happen that we are writing in short. We are not able to recall the provision. We are not able to understand the requirement of the question. So these problems will be resolved over there because you will be checking that, right, critically. So that if you are having such kind of practice, when you will be sitting in the examination, this kind of mistake will not be repeated. You will be writing the required and relevant answer. You will not find problem because you are already through. You are knowing that how much you are able to recall, what kind of strategy you need to apply so that you can remember the most of the important concepts. And when you are studying at that point of time also, you need to write in your notepad that these are the questions which carries major portion of the syllabi, or which are comprising of like more than two standards, or these are the questions wherein I am finding difficulty. These are the questions which are repetitive in nature in the exam. Generally on this concept, a question is being asked. If you have noted in your notepad, so when you are having your 1.5 days duration of time for revision, you will be able to, like, first, when you are studying, you highlighted the portion. You have done already two revision after one studying, right? And when before the exam you are revising, you are knowing that what you need to read. These are already in highlighted mode. Then you have done the written question practice also. Okay. So when in the examination, day before examination for 1.5 day, you will be able to revise the whole syllabus because these are only 19 chapters and we have already prepared very effectively. Okay, so you will be able to revise the whole chapters. Along with the same, you have to revise all those questions which you have noted in your notepad, that yes, these questions are frequently asked. These are the concepts which are frequently asked. These questions are those questions wherein I am finding difficulty in writing. These are the concepts where I am finding difficulty in retaining because that require multiple revision. Okay, so that is one very important point, because what we are generally doing, we are doing selective study. Okay, but when you are doing selective study, at least take care of the sections which are covering maximum weightage. Means you cannot ignore section 1, you cannot ignore section 5. Okay, if you see the power of the section, that alone section 1 can be make you can be is covering the passing marks, right? So you cannot do selective study. So first of all, please discourage practice of having selective study. If you are selecting specific topic, then also you need to see that which are the topic covering maximum weightage. Now second thing is, the main reason of not passing in the or not getting good marks is lack of written practice. As I already mentioned, that after covering the concept, after covering the like QC1 essays or any of the topic like digital auditing and assurance, you need to have writing practice. At least 2 questions you need to write, so that in the examination you will be able to write in the required time. You will be able to understand what is the requirement of the question, because you are every day analyzing your position. So now you are aware what kind of mistakes are being happened and how I can correct. So when you will be reading the question, कहते हैं ना दूध का जला छाछ भी फूक फूक के पीता है. Just like that, when you have analyzed your written questions in the examination, when you will be reading the question, you will be able to understand, you will be able to recall that yes, this kind of mistake I have did. So here I need not to repeat. I have to write the complete required and relevant answer so that I can get the full of the marks. Okay, where the marks are deducted. Now I know. I have done written practice, I have done analysis, I have attempted mock test paper to handle the stress, to manage the time, to know how to manage the time. Okay, because when you are attempting mock test paper or when you are attempting main examination paper, stress level is high. And when you see the question, which are very difficult, sometimes we lose our temper, we lose our confidence, and the questions which we know best, we ignore because it impacts our brain. Okay. So first thing, we need to understand the whole paper can't be difficult one. We are having 118 marks question paper, right? And out of 118, you need to have complete 100 marks. In 118 marks question paper, it may so happen that 40 marks is difficult, right? If the 40 marks paper is difficult, if you deduct 40 marks from 118, how much it will be? How much it will be? Again, it is then 78 marks paper. So if the paper is difficult also and 40 marks question we are not knowing, then also for that 78 marks, if we write in best of the manner, we are able to through. So first, very important thing, don't get panic. Rather, when I went for my first exam at final level, when I saw the paper of first accounting paper, and I got panic and I thought I should leave because I'll not be able to manage. I don't know any of the question. I got panic. Thereafter, because it was compulsory to sit for the some time. So I was sitting over there and then I take deep breath. I relaxed, I got relaxed and I started reading the question paper and I completely solved the paper. So first very important thing is don't get panic. Because out of 118 marks paper also, if 40 marks we are not knowing, then also 78 marks paper is in our hand, which we know. And it may so happen that 40 to 50 marks paper you know the best. So don't get panic and complete and focus on the question. That is the main reason you are having reading time, wherein you can emphasize which question you need to attempt first, which questions you know the best. Rather than getting panic which you don't know, you must emphasize that yes, these are the questions which I know best and I have to write these questions first. Second important point is you know the weightage of each and every question. Each and every MCQ is of 2 marks. If there is some issue in any of the MCQ, don't waste much of the time because it will finally give you 2 marks only. So manage your time because mock test will help you to understand the time management criteria. Because if the paper is lengthy, if the question which we are not finding, like in last to last exam, there was one question of NBFC, right? And student simply when they interacted with us, they said, ma'am, I spent 30 minutes on the same. Why? Beta, the question paper is of 100 marks and this is only of 2 marks. If there is some issue in the question, exam department, ICI will take care of that part. Why you spend 30 minutes? You should balance your time. Na? You should manage your time. Because for the rest of the 98 marks, you are not having time. You are left with 2 hours and 30 minutes only. So please ensure that the question is of 2 marks. How much maximum time you can allocate to the 2 marker question, you need to decide. Of course, 5 to 10 minutes variation can take place. But then also you need to plan in such a manner that you are able to attempt the maximum part of the paper. Okay. Then one more thing is first thing I mentioned that we are doing selective study, right? Second time is we are practicing with shortcuts. We need summary. We need capsules, right? We don't want to read in detail. But understand, if you have read 2 lines and in the question you need to write 4 lines because the question is of a question carries much marks. How you will elaborate? How you will write? One thing. Second thing, when you are studying, you divided your 1 point into 2-3 sub-points so that you are able to recall. It's done for your convenience. But when you are writing in the examination, if you understand that 4 marks question, we need to write 4 pointers. But what you have did, for first point, you have subdivided into 3 pointers. And in the examination also, you get confused. And 3 pointers you have written for the first wala and from the remaining you have written 1 more point because you are aware that you need to write only 4 pointers. Then if we see technically, you have attempted only 1.25 marks paper, right? We are not attending even half of the paper. When we are not attending half of the paper, how you can expect you are getting, because you are getting less than half of the marks. We are not able to get 40 marks. We are not able to get 50 marks. We are in the 20s or 30s. So we need to check whether we are studying with summary only. We need to check whether we are covering in detail or not, which is required as per the requirement of the question. If we are justified with that, we will be able to through. Because for 4 marks, you need to write complete 4 points. Complete 4 points. Not as per your notes, not as per any book which you are referring. Right? Then one more important, reading time is not utilized effectively, as I already mentioned. If you are practicing mock test paper, right now you are also having model test paper booklet also, which you can refer for 3 hours duration of the time. And you can see that whether, please, of course, you need to take 15 minutes reading time also, and you need to plan in that way, that whether you are able to complete the same or not. Okay. So that is also very, very important thing. Then as I already mentioned, don't get panic. Okay, you need not to be panic because paper is always mixture of tough or easy question. Now coming towards the writing pattern, and the question is knowledge and comprehension based, means you need to state the advantage, disadvantage, you need to mention about the certain pointers which are being asked in the question. You need to give 4 complete points or 5 complete points, right? Because in the question paper, we are having either 4 marks question or 5 marks question. So you need to write complete pointers. Okay. If you have divided into smaller pointers, please ensure that it is when you're studying, you mark this is 1. So you need to write complete point, relevant point, required point. Yes, I'm answering Abhirami Srivatsan's questions answer. Okay. So complete pointers are there. Then you are writing complete answer, required and relevant answer. Okay. Whatever is the requirement of the question. Now, if we talk about application based question, you all are aware that we need to give fact of the case. We need to give provision and explanation. We need to interlink both and we need to conclude. Now, if we see the question paper of May 25 examination, if we see first A question, which was based on essay 720. Now, what kind of mistake student did in the paper? When we saw the examiner's comments, we saw that in the essay 220 question, the other information was asked from you and where to be reported. Now, if we see the structure of the audit report, there is separate para for other information. Now, what student did? They have written the same in the opinion paragraph. This is correct or not? It is not. So if we are doing practice, if we are doing writing practice, if we have seen the structure of the audit report at the end of the chapter 7, if you see there are specimen of audit report formats, you can refer essay 700 also for more details. 700 series is comprising of all the audit reports text. So you can see what is the format, right? So if you are able to read the same, you will not repeat that kind of mistake. Yeah. Ria is asking, is it necessary to go through all the question or big question in big chapter? Ria, it always make you feel confident because many time the question is being asked from the study material. I have observed in the IBS paper also, test your understanding questions are being asked. So if you have solved, then only you will be able to recall that, yes, I have read this. And as I already mentioned that out at the end of the chapter, all the questions which are being asked in the examination, which are being covered in the RTP, mock test paper, all are there in at the end of the chapter. So this will help you. And at least 2 questions I want you to have written practice. Then Pramod is saying whether mentioning essay number help improve marks. If we go to court, when we deliberate our point, we need to give the justification. If it is decided in some of the case law or if it is given in the section, it always impact. So please have practice to remember the name of the standard, because if you would have done the such kind of practice, then like in May 25 examination, you are aware that question was on SRS, because in the scope also it was given that it is for review of financial information, and essay was given as a typographical mistake, but number was 2400. So if you are aware of the number, aware of the about that, then you will not get confused that the question is based on essay. You will be able to give the required and relevant answer. Yes, you can highlight important keywords with pencil, but you should not give your answer in the form of flowcharts or in diagrammatic, because already you are having lesser time. Then you need to give complete answer. Of course, when time remains, you can do this, but at final level, I don't think that you are having ample of time, because you need to revise the answers also. When you are doing your time management, at least 10 minutes or 15 minutes you should keep for the final revision, so that you can check whether any of the question is not unattended, any part is not missing. When sometimes when we are writing, we leave some space that okay, baad mein likhenge, but at the same point of time when we are writing in continuation, when time is less, we forget to mention that part, we forget to write that part. So this kind of mistake will not happen. Okay. Then secondly, as I already discussed, that for the application based question, we need to have practice, that fact of the case, and of course, provision should be interlinked with the fact of the case. And thereafter only you will be give the conclusion. One more important thing, have balanced approach. Okay. So at least 15 to 20 minutes or half an hour you should keep for yourself for having any of the activity. Now you'll say, ma'am, exams are very close and you are telling us to have some activity, either some game or meditation, yoga, pranayam, whatever you feel comfortable, or prayer. At least for 15 to 20 minutes you should allot your time to that part, because it will help you to rejuvenate. You will be able to your brain will be more focused, it will get relaxed. But I'm not saying for 15 to 20 minutes you should see Instagram reels, you should be on Facebook, you should see the YouTube. Please don't waste your time in that. Yeah. So Praras is asking, there is one problem in audit that we go through study material during preparation, we're not able to cover the whole module. So Paras, first thing I want to if I personally share the strategy, generally when I interact with the student, I tell them that when you are studying professional ethics chapter, let's say, please don't complete the chapter in one day. Make it in smaller parts. Like first day I have done till the disciplinary mechanism. Now what I have covered, all the structure of the code of ethics, then threats, safeguards, evaluation of threats, addressing of threats. Then we are having knock layer and other miscellaneous provisions, right? Then fundamental principle, etc. Till disciplinary mechanism you should cover for the first day. Second day, if we see, we can have 7 clauses. Next day, again 7 clauses. So first day, what we have covered, it will be covered in 1 hour duration of time, right? And next day, we can revise that and we can cover 7 clauses. Now, what we need to practice when we are learning that, we should try to develop the habit that yes, clause 1 talks about this, clause 2 talks about this, and try to remember or try to learn with some mnemonics also you can set. And next day, you will revise both the things simultaneously and next 7 clauses. So this may take 5 to 7 days time. But at the end of 5 to 7 days time, you have practiced at least 14 questions. You had multiple revision and things are set in your mind, right? And in the question exam also, questions are being asked from that part. So you are fully covered. Now what we have done, 1 or 1.5 hours allocated to professional ethics. And as I already mentioned, at least 3 hours you should study. So in remaining time, what we can do, we can have clauses of Caro or principles of BRSR. Okay. So in one day we have done 4 clauses. Next day again. So it will simultaneously in 2 hours duration, you have covered 20 to 27 marks of professional ethics and some part of the Karo is also set in your mind, because question is also asked from the Karo topic also. And it had multiple revision, you had writing practice also. So after 7 days, if you start, you can start with SQC1. On first day, we will be doing chapter 1, SQC1 quality control. Okay. And again, we have given 2 hours duration to that SQC1. I think we can cover that. If we see the study material also, it is covered in 15, not in more than 15 pages. Less than 15 pages it is there. And you can highlight, you can make your own notes, you can make your flow charts, you can write in your notepad also. Okay. Apart from this, so after that, you will be starting either this digital audit or ESG. So your section 5 is through. Your section 1 is continuously working. Simultaneously you are covering. Next day, section 1 is going on, because that is the most important section. And in the remaining rest of the part, you are covering either section 2 or section 4. So apart, along with section 1, you have done 2, 4, 5 is already being done, and 1. So you will see that this way, if you are studying and your revision is also effectively being happen, and you are having writing practice also. So every day, this 3-hour strategy will help you to get the exemption in the auditing subject. Now, target should be 70 to 80 marks. And don't forget at least 15 to 20 minutes, either breathing exercise, meditation, yoga, pranayam, or some game, maybe basketball, football, chess, anything which relax your brain. Okay. So for now, today we are on 15th of July. We are not having effective 50 days, because 2-3 days are generally we are not feeling well, we are not well, or some urgency happens. So we need to finalize a strategy for 45 days, right? So when we are with the like 50% syllabus, 60% syllabus is through, then we should start practicing mock test paper or model test paper. So here you have given 3 hours duration every day, maybe 3.5 hours. And rest of the 8 or 9 hours you can give to 2 subjects if you are appearing for group 1. So this way you will be able to get good marks, because now you must have seen many of the students are saying, I got exemption in FR, AFM, but I failed in audit. Just because of audit, group is left. So please don't compromise with this subject. Don't ignore this subject and cover it properly. Okay, with best resources. Now, you all are aware that ICI has provided you study material, mock test paper, revisionary test paper, webinars are there, webcasts are there, live virtual revisionary classes wherein only questions are being practiced. LVC classes are yet to just commencing from the July, I think 21st, 22nd July. We are starting the LVC batch also. Then we are coming out with Saransh booklet for auditing subject also. Very shortly, Saransh booklet will also be there for you, right? So, model test paper booklet is there. Integrated case scenario booklet is also there. For 30 marks MCQ paper, you can use that case scenario booklet. At least 1 or 2 case scenario you can practice every day. Not all the 35 case scenario in 2 days. Because that will help you. You will be having reading practice. You will be your analytical skills will be improved, and in the examination also. In fact, at least 3 case study you should do at one go. So in the examination also you are having 3 case study. So you'll be having practice of that. And one more important thing, at the time of like 1:30 to 5 p.m. Generally after lunch we feel sleepy. So now you need to develop habit. You need to be in practice that 1:30 to 5:30 we will not sleep. Rather we will practice. We will do more writing practice, because our brain will be habitual that at that point of time our brain is active, and we need to be active during the examination, because our examination time is 2 to 5 p.m. 1:45 we get for reading time now. So 1:30 to 5 your practice should be your brain. Otherwise your brain will be habitual of sleeping. And during that time when you will be writing the exam, you will feel maybe not as effective. Okay. So that part also you can take care. So I think I have already covered that you should avoid selective study. lack of written practice is a major cause of failure. So if you are doing writing practice, and you need to review that also, evaluate what kind of mistakes you are doing. Just like audit evidence, it is required relevant, okay, quality and quantity. In the examination also, you need to write the quality answer, and quantity should be as per the requirement of the question. It should commensurate with the marks of the question. Because like in 1B question, the question was about risk of material misstatement, right? Auditor's response to assess risk of material misstatement due to fraud at the financial statement level and at the assertion level. Now, what kind of mistake you did in the paper? Students had written only general audit procedure, or some are writing with respect to fraud point of view only. But the question is having different requirement. So if you are reading, if you are writing, then you will be able to analyze, yes, what is the requirement of the question and what we are writing. Sometimes it also happens that student comes to us and they are sharing the correct answer when they speak. But when we see their written answer, it's not as what they are telling. So we need to have writing practice, because what we are saying, it should reflect in a written answer also. Okay, so that written practice is very important. Yeah. How to present the audit answer in IBS paper? Same, just like in your audit paper, you need to write in the IBS paper also for the auditing part. There is one more problem. We go through the study material. Okay, I have already answered this, Paras. Vicky is asking, this MCQ paper was of 22 pages. Is it possible to read it in time and understand? If yes, please suggest the approach. Paras, first of all, if you are focused, I already mentioned that sometimes papers are tricky one. Sometimes papers are comprising of some of the question where are technical issues there. Sometimes paper is lengthy. But again, I am telling you, for out of 118 marks, if we are balanced, and if we see that, yes, at least 80 marks question are being attempted properly, effectively, we are through. So that is the reason I said ki writing practice is very important. So you need to have writing practice, and that is very, very important and very, very crucial. Okay. Yeah. Then, misinterpretation of question. When you are reading the question carefully, you will be able to understand the requirement, because when you are doing writing practice, you will be able to analyze, yes, the question's requirement was something else and I am writing something else. Sometimes question is divided into 2 to 3 parts and we have answered only 1 or 2 parts. I have personally seen the answer sheets of some of the students wherein this kind of mistakes are being happen and they are not aware. Sometimes we are knowing the provision, but we are not able to recall and we are not able to apply the concept. So that is the reason I said multiple revision are very, very important, and simultaneous revision is much more effective, rather than some of the students, they say, ma'am, completed the whole syllabus in 5 to 7 days. And after that, after 1 month, we are, or 2 months, we are touching that subject. It will pressurize your brain to recall. Of course, time will take lesser, but then also it will take more time, which when you are doing the revision work simultaneously. So you need to have simultaneously revision. Okay. Conceptual clarity is must. Okay. Conceptual clarity is very, very important, because focused learning with conceptual clarity is fundamental for success, essential for success. So when you are studying, your brain should not be क्या खाना बना है, कौन सी movie चल रही है. It should not go in those other pointers. Your brain should be focused. What you are studying, your focus should be to that only, right? So be focused. And I already mentioned how to answer application based question, how to answer theoretical question, main points you need to give. You can write in paragraph, you can write in bullets, you can write in pointers. Don't give answer in flowcharts. Don't give answer in general language. You can write in your own words, but specific terms like for misstatement, you cannot replace it with mistake. So some of the technical terms you need to be through, and you have to use those terms. Like for the opinion, You cannot write advise. So don't exchange the words, but of course you can write in your own language. You need not to have rote learning word by word, same. It's not at all required. Flowchart, diagrammatic presentation should be avoided. Or if you are through with the answer, then also, of course, you can share. But otherwise, we don't advise you to give your answer in the flowchart. Yeah. Abhirami is saying, guide how to present the audit report question in exam. First, very important things. First of all, you are aware that what kind of report is required. Okay, modified or unmodified. For modified, we need to refer SA 700. In SA 700, we have all the sections given that how to start and how to conclude, right? From what are important, all the format is given over there, and you can do writing practice. Like for key audit matter, there is separate section. For going concern, there is separate section. For other information, there is separate section, right? For management responsibility, for auditor's responsibility, place of signature, date of signature. So all those pointers are very essential and important, right? So that point that you need to recall when like a question K asked for SA 720. Now, second thing is what kind of opinion is being expressed, right? So opinion, whether you have obtained sufficient appropriate audit evidence or not. If you have obtained, then you need to check materiality, material misstatement or pervasiveness. If both exist, adverse opinion. If material misstatement is there, pervasiveness is not there, you will give qualified opinion, right, Abhirami? And if you are not able to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence, but the misstatement, material misstatement is there, but it's not pervasive. And if it is pervasive, then you need to give disclaimer of opinion, right? Now, if we refer the format of the basis for paragraph and opinion paragraph, set language is being used. If you write one opinion paragraph for qualified, one for adverse, one for disclaimer of opinion, you will be through what kind of language is being used. We will cover in Success at CA exam series by BOS, which will be conducted in the August, right? So in that, I will tell you how to write the opinion paragraph. Okay. So you can have practice of that opinion paragraph, and in the examination, you need to write the same. And in the basis for opinion paragraph, fact of the question are generally being written in the format. So you need to have form practice, Abhirami, for the audit report questions, because either question will be asked from that or Caro or generally from essay this 710 or 720. Okay. Then emphasis of matter paragraph, other matter paragraph. Emphasis of matter paragraph, which is fundamental to users' understanding, and it is from the financial statement itself. Other matter paragraph, it is not relating to financial statements, but it is very important for the user if auditor want to highlight. Like for the component, the audit is not being done by the auditor. They can highlight it through the other matter paragraph. So this is all. I have told you the whole coverage of the syllabus. The syllabus is divided into 19 chapters. First to 11 chapters are covered in section 1, and it is, you can see, 46 engagement and quality control standard. So if we study like for 5 to 7 days, we have done professional ethics and Caro, and thereafter we have started every day one standard. Okay, and one topic simultaneously. And we are also having writing practice. We are covering maximum part of the syllabi. But remember, whatever you are studying effectively, efficiently. It should not so happen that 3 hours so ma'am ne bola tha, now I am so sleeping, but book is with me for 3 hours. It should not so happen. For 3 hours, you have to be effective and efficient. If you want, you can have breathing exercise and you can start with the same, right? Time management, you need to plan in effective and efficient manner. You need to use the best utilization of the time management, 15 minutes. How to strategize the paper. These 15 minutes are कि चक्रव्यूह को कैसे भेदना है, आज की फाइट कैसे होगी, पेपर को हमने कैसे अटेम्प्ट करना है, which question I'll be attempting first, which questions are difficult one, which I have prepared least, I'm not aware of the concept, rather than focusing on those questions, I'll complete all the questions which are which I know best, because ultimately the question carries either that or that question 5 marks or 4 marks. So first, what we know best, we need to write that. Okay, so in this 15 minutes duration, multiple revision you are already having, writing practice you are already having, and with the mock test paper you have practiced in best of the manner. So I think in the examination you will not find any difficulty, and I will seek your feedback that whether you were able to follow this strategy and how many marks you get. Further, your feedback is very important. After this session also, if you feel, if you're having any feedback, please do share, because we are coming out with the Success at CA examination series conducted by the BOS, and you all are aware that these are like we are having two mock test paper series, and these are followed by Success at CA exam series also. So in that we will try to cover all those pointers. If you have any specific feedback, if you want to have any specific topic, and one more thing, BOS is also conducting open house for all of you. Monday it's for FR, Tuesday for AFM, and Wednesday it is for Advanced Auditing and Professional Ethics, Advanced Auditing Assurance and Professional Ethics subject. So tomorrow it is there, and it's for 4 to 5 p.m. You can interact with us. You can discuss any of the provision. You can, of course, questions also you can discuss with us. So we are there for you. We are here to handle each one of you. Please don't get panic. Don't be biased with the auditing subject. As you allocate time to practical subject, auditing is also practical. Auditing also carries 100 marks. You need to be honest for that subject. Otherwise, you cannot say ki just because of audit, I was not able to pass. I want you all to fly with the success, fly with the good colors of marks. You get good marks, and I have shared best of the strategies. You can follow that, and please do share your feedback if any feedback you are having. And with this, wishing you all the very best for your examination. All the best. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this special session on subject-wise guidance series, which is in continuation with the Best is Yet to Come program, which was held on 13 July, wherein overall guidance was provided for September 2025 examination. So this session is specially focused for the intermediate students. And in this session, which is the second part of the Best is Yet to Come, here subject-wise guidance will be provided for all the papers at the intermediate level. Today we will be covering Group 1 papers, Paper 1, 2, 3A and 3B. And tomorrow we will be covering Group 2 papers. So each faculty will be providing you guidance over the preparation strategy which you have to adopt for the exam. Then what are the points you need to remember on the examination day? Examination tips will be provided to you, how to manage time in the examination, and what are the commonly committed errors which you can avoid during examination. That will also be provided to you, or insight for that will also be provided by the faculty. So we hope these sessions will be very useful to you and they will help in boosting your confidence and improving your performance for the forthcoming examination. We have with us CA Asha Verma, who is the faculty for Paper 1 Advanced Accounting at the intermediate level. Over to you, Asha.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome, students. Good afternoon. Welcome for this session. And today we will try to cover all your queries regarding the preparation strategy and during your query related to the examination. You can send you a query through our portal and we will try to cover up all the queries. So it will be helpful to all the students who are going to give attempt in the September 2025 examination. As right now we are in the middle of the July, so I'm expecting from all of you that one round of the study you have already completed. Still, if any one of you are not able to cover the syllabus, so prepare your timetable, because always it is very helpful to all of you when you prepare the timetable. Now, it will be helpful to all of you to make a strategy how you are going to cover the topics, because each good planning is very useful for execution of any plan and to achieve the success. For successing in each battle, first of all, you have to prepare, plan, and then execute. So students, I'm going to give you a brief. So in which manner you can prepare your strategy. First of all, you decided which attempt you are going to give, the one group or the both group. According to this, you have to prepare your plan. If you are going to give the both group, that means you have to cover your 6 papers, all of the papers. And if you have limited time, so bifurcate the days according to the relevance of the topic and on the your preparation, which topic you think it is good for you and it is easy to understand and you can easy to learn, grasp easily. And if any subject, any topic you think it is tough according to you, then give more time to this, because in September your exams will be there. So last 7 days you should not use for the your preparation. That 7 days is for your preparation. For the remaining days, you have to make a chart paper wise how many days you are going to give for each topic, both group giving or the single group, according to your this. Right now we are taking the queries. Okay, Pavan Kumar, good afternoon. Shivam, Sai Priya, Shivani. I'm hoping that all of you are giving this September attempt. According to this, we will going to discuss. Which query? From which query? 112.
इसी के नीचे
Okay. Sai Priya is asking, will this webinar be later available or uploaded anywhere? This will be available in YouTube. And Shivani is asking, how to just get it बस हो जाए, अब वापस कोर्स देखूं तो लगे जैसे सब आया है. तो Shivani, the main mantra कि सब हो जाए और सब वापस आ गया है is depend upon your revision strategy. अगर आप if you are going to read any topic today and after 1 month you are going to read it again, then definitely you will be shocked. You are giving a shock to yourself because one time reading is not just enough. As this is advanced accounting paper is a practical paper and you have to solve lots of the queries. So first of all, the main mantra for passing this paper, always practice by using your pen and copy. By just reading the concept and understanding, it will never be helpful for you. If you have a target to achieve good marks, 70, 80 marks, then always practice by using your pen or your notebook. Read the concept, try to understand it, what it is trying to give you. For example, if I am taking the any accounting standard, what is accounting standard? Accounting standard is giving you a system, a principle, how you will be recognize a asset, how you are going to measure it, recognize it, and how the disclosure will be given. है ना? Valuation. So first, if AS2, we are agar taking the example of AS2, valuation of inventory, what it says, which item will be the part of inventory. First of all, try to understand and connect this definition with your daily life. The principle is saying which items are going to be inventory. Then check as per this definition, which item you are going to be judge user inventory. Next is saying what will be the valuation of inventory, how you will recognize and how you will disclose it, disclosure, because this all systematic pattern will going to show in the financial statement. Your inventory value will be there. I am going to read this because this is a new concept. Accounting standard is new for your students. So first of all, now you have understand, but learning it is very much necessary. If you learn it, only then you can apply it. Learning and application both are the part of your preparation strategy. And practice again and again, it will enhance you to attempt your paper in very good manner. And Sai Priya, if you have any other query, you may ask, because repetition and revision is very much necessary. For the repetition and revision, try to cover those questions if you are attempting any chapter. Some question may be of the same kind and some question have the different entries, different adjustment, then highlight that adjustment. And you may also use your notes and prepare your self notes and write that adjustment in page number, question number. This adjustment is new for you. And again, after 2-3 days, read it again. It will helpful you. And again, after 7 days, because when you revise it again and again, automatically it will store in your permanent memory. And when anything which is stored in your permanent memory, definitely तब वो हो जाएगा और वो सब आ जाएगा याद. ठीक है साई प्रिया? Okay. नहीं, it's Shivani. Sai Priya is not asking about this. Shivani is asking about this. And Sai Priya is asking presentation tips for all the subject in group 1. Is it enough if we study institute study material thoroughly? Yes, Sai Priya, institute study material is very much enough for understanding the concept and for the practice. We always advise students go through the study material thoroughly and then revise it. At least 2 rounds of revision is very much necessary for attempting your examination. For presentation tips, for paper advanced accounting, I will give you the presentation tip. And for another papers, the faculty related faculty will give you the presentation tip. In accounting paper, as you are aware, they can be divided into the 2 parts. But number 1, which is related to the accounting standards, you have 27 accounting standards, 1 to 29. And another part is which is related to your financial statements of balance sheet, your cash flow, your internal reconstruction, and branch accounting and buyback. But all are based on the company's account. So first of all, you should all aware about the Schedule 3 to the Companies Act, because many students are not doing the practice of this Schedule 3 format, how to present. You should know aware about and you should learn it, the sequence of your format. So it will be very helpful for you while you're solving your question in your examination. Easily you can put the figures, calculate it in your working notes and place it in the format of the balance sheet. It will save your time a lot, because financial statement you have to prepare as per the Schedule 3 format, amalgamation, consolidation, internal reconstruction. In every case you have to prepare the balance sheet and the statement of profit and loss, and it should be as per the Schedule 3 format. Now, next part is related to the accounting standard. As now the question paper pattern has been revised, it is on the ratio of the 70:30. 70 will be your descriptive and 30 will be your related to the MCQ based, case scenario based. So case scenarios may be asked from any topic, any from the accounting standards or your any for coverage of the all syllabus. 30 marks questions, case scenario based or independent MCQ will be asked, and remaining 70 marks will be asked from the other topics. It may cover question 1 will be the compulsory, which is based on the accounting standard. So you have no option to कि आपसे you cannot neglect that. You have to complete this question, and for the remaining 5 you can choose any 4, because you have to attempt 5 questions. So first of all, you should aware about the what will be the pattern of your question. Number 2 is related to the what will be the section wise and skill wise weightage. When you are scrolling the website I say BOS knowledge portal, in the BOS knowledge portal section you may go to the section wise skill wise weightage, and here you will get the section wise skill wise weightage for each topic. So you will be get the how much percentage will be provided for each section. It will be helpful while you are preparing your any topic. Okay. And another question is, आनंद is asking, मैम पेपर तो अच्छे जाते हैं बट मार्क्स बहुत कम मिलते हैं, हाउ टू टैकल दिस? ओके आनंद, योर क्वेरी यू आर सेइंग कि आपके पेपर अच्छे जाते हैं लेकिन मार्क्स बहुत कम आते हैं. यू कैन डू वन थिंग. अब आपने फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल बी पॉजिटिव, दिस टाइम आपके पेपर भी अच्छे जाएंगे एंड यू विल स्कोर द गुड मार्क्स. बट हमारे अगर मार्क्स कम आ रहे हैं, अकॉर्डिंग टू अस वी आर अटेम्प्टिंग वेरी गुड पेपर, दैट मीन्स समवेयर देयर वी आर लैकिंग समथिंग. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल वी हैव टू फाइंड आउट द रूट कॉज. आप अपने जो आपने क्वेश्चन चेक किए हैं, आप सजेस्टेड आंसर्स आर अवेलेबल एट ICIBOS पोर्टल, नॉलेज पोर्टल. Go to that your suggested answer and then check your answer sheet. Then you will be able to get the deviation, whether you have attempted actually right answer and there is something another thing. So you can find out the reason why you losing the your marks, because there is a step marking. If you are going to attempt any balance sheet, if your balance is not tally, still you will get marks on the basis of the step marking. For each step, each correct step, you will get the marks. So आपको ये find out करना पड़ेगा कहाँ आपकी कमी रह गई है, कि आपको लग रहा है कि आपने ठीक किया लेकिन मार्क्स नहीं आ रहे, तो you have to find out that reason. Okay. And always practice, use the same pen and same calculator which you are using during your preparation days, your revision days. Okay. Jaya Uma is asking how to present low answer. Jaya, the next session from the 2:30 to 3, your low faculty will be there. She will help you and guide you how to present the low paper. Right now, I am here to guide you regarding the advanced accounting paper 1 paper. Okay. Nikitana is asking, ma'am, exam presentation is as per I study material only, ma'am? What do you mean by the exam presentation by the ICS study material? If it depends upon the requirement of the question. If question is asking, you have to prepare the balance sheet as per the Schedule 3 format, and you give your balance sheet in the T format, whether you will be able to score marks? No, there will be the deduction in the marks. Okay, so Schedule 3, you have to give answer as per the Schedule 3. And if the question is asking, you have to prepare the cash flow statement as per the investment. We need only investment activity, and you are going to give the full-fledged investment financing activities. Whether you will able to score the large mark? No, you should give your answer as per the requirement of question only. Okay, and for the accounting standard presentation, sometimes many students, what they do, because they know the provision and they know what will be the answer, but they are not able to give the correct answer in the 7 marks question. What you are thinking, if you are giving only 2-3 lines without computation and without conclusion, whether you will be able to score the 7 marks or the 10 marks? No. So for the AS question, I will advise you, first of all, read the question very thoroughly and carefully, and find out what are the requirement of the question. Then in writing your answer, you can refer the presentation. It will given in the ICS study material is always helpful for you. If you practice on the same line in the same presentation given in the material, it will be helpful for you during your exam time. Okay. Somesh is asking, ma'am, if I am answer 5 questions, then can I select sub questions from remaining questions? Okay, Somesh, देखो 30 marks question which is related to the MCQ based, there will be the no internal choice. You have to attempt all this question. If you are not attempting any question, there is a no negative marking. This is clear to you. The 70 marks question which is based on the descriptive. In descriptive, 6 questions are provided to you. First question is compulsory. That means for the first question, there is a no choice. For the remaining 5, out of the remaining 5 questions, you can give any 4 questions answer. But one thing is that if the question having the sub parts, then that doesn't mean ki if you are choosing, if you are going to opt question, if you are opting any question, for example 2, 3, 4, 5, and you are not opting the question number 6, and you are opting any subpart of 6 or any subpart of any other question, that will make not any sense. You have to complete one full-fledged questions part, and all the parts will be the same question will be there. Okay. Okay. Anand is asking, how many revisions are needed for every subject? It depends upon each student, because you can judge yourself how much time you have remaining, how much preparation you are required. It's a judgmental question. Person to person, it will vary. But as we advise, at least 2 of revision will be required for each subject. Okay. Uday, you are asking, ma'am, please say important areas can be expected for this attempt. Uday, there is no such any area which we can choose it is important, because as I already explained, the whole syllabus is covered into 70 and the 30 ratio. There is no such any question. All topics are very much important. Okay. Navya is asking, ma'am, doing advanced accounting module from ICI will be enough? I have already give the answer of this query. Shiva, you are asking, ma'am, I am direct entry student and I am preparing for Jan 26 exam. I can watch the September Jan 26 batch video, right? Yes, you can watch. Aditya is asking in audit how much we have to write answer. Aditya, for audit presentation, audit faculty will guide you. Okay. Rizwan is asking, ma'am, give some tips regarding the time management during the exam, how to finish the entire paper in time. Okay, that's a very good question because right now we have only 5 minutes, so I will try to cover the presentation time and the presentation tips, your exam tips, the management time. First of all, as all are you aware, 15 minutes reading time will be given to you. So properly utilize this 15 minutes. Read the question carefully, okay, and thoroughly. On the basis of this, your mind will be prepared. Okay, that means this question I am going to attempt. And for each question, first of all, from today, always do one thing, key you have 6 questions and 30 marks MCQ. That means 5 questions you have to attempt this and 6 questions related to this. So time management says for the MCQs you should given 25 to 30 minutes. So allocate that time. That means 25 to 30 minutes you should give to MCQ part. Whether you are going to attempt MCQ first or later, it will depends upon your judgment right now in the examination center. But for time management, allocation of the time is very much necessary. For remaining 5 questions, you should give 20 to 25 minutes. For completion, any question is enough. So your practice right now from today onwards, practice while solving the question, use your timer. Whether you will be able to complete that question within the 20 to 25 minutes. If you are taking much more time now, that means you need loads of the practice, written practice, so that you will be able to save your time in your exam day. Because you have to save 15 minutes time in examination so that you can revise the entire your answer. If there is something missing, you can complete that question. If you are attempting the question and right now you're completing and you stuck in any question, then don't waste your time on that question. Leave that question, that answer right now, and give some space, left some pages for, so that after that completion the entire paper, you can solve that question and start another question. If the life says always flow just like a water. If you stuck somewhere, then don't stuck there. Always flow. And after that, what will we do? And in case you have any subparts of an question, we will always advise, always give all subparts in one place only. Okay. For example, if question 2 have 3 subparts, A, B, and C, and you know you can complete A and B, you are okay. You have completely. And for the C subpart, you think you need some time and you will going to stuck in that question, then leave some pages for that question. And after that, start the question, next question, any question, 3 or 4. For choosing, you can choose any sequence. You can start your paper with any sequence, but for subparts, try to give all subparts in same place, in the same sequence only. Okay. In the subparts, you can also change the sequence, but it should be in the one go, in the one place only. So you have to manage your 15 minutes. You have to manage your 3 hours. And allocation of the time is very much necessary. Always use the same pen and calculator which you are using in your revision time. And most of the thing, sometimes we found that the students, the common mistake which they do that while solving the question, they forget what is the requirement of the question. Always give your answer on the basis of the requirement of the question. What is question? Sometimes question required just to pass the journal entry, but students give the balance sheet also. That is not required and that will not give you extra marks. So give your answer on the basis of the requirement. Number 2, when you are solving your question, always read the figures carefully. when you are writing the figure from the question paper to answer, and if you are carry forward the figure from one page to another or one account to another, because if you have to use the 5,000 in place of 5,000, you have used 50,000, the entire question will go to wrong. So this will be very crucial thing ki while you are using the figures, it should be correct. And next, I will also help you to we have covered the time management, we have covered the which type of the which how to prepare your timetable, how much revision you are required, and in examination how you can handle this situation. If you still have any query, you can ask because we have 3 minutes left. पवन is asking, yes, क्या करें मैम, क्वेश्चन आगे कंप्लीट करते हैं, पीछे में प्रॉब्लम हो जाती है। पवन, ये प्रॉब्लम इसलिए होती है क्योंकि हम रिटन प्रैक्टिस नहीं कर रहे रिवीजन में। जब तक आप किसी चीज को लिख के नहीं करेंगे, आपका माइंड उस चीज के लिए रेडी नहीं होगा कि आपको एग्जाम में कैसे लिखना है। जब आपकी रिवीजन कंप्लीटली हो गई है, देन ट्राई टू अटेम्प्ट द एमटीपीज एंड आरटीपीज, इट विल हेल्प यू, बिकॉज व्हेन यू आर गोइंग टू अटेम्प्ट एमटीपी इन द examination condition, in the scenario, automatically you are adapting that situation. So in actual exam time na, you will be calm down and आपको कोई भी anxiety नहीं होगी. Okay. And Uday, you are asking for preparation of case study questions of MCQs in material is sufficient. Uday, all of the students who are available और आपके जो students ने नहीं attempt किए, you can guide them and help them and give information. BOS has already published a case scenario booklet in the ICA BOS knowledge portal. It is already available. It will be helpful for all of you. Many case studies are given to you in that case scenarios booklet. Okay. Pawan MCQ, Pawan is asking, okay, students, time is complete for our paper. Next faculty is here. The law faculty will guide you, your law subject, how to prepare in your examination and examination tips. So we welcome our faculty, CA Shraddha.
Bhargav ji, should we start? Should we start? A very good afternoon, dear students. So till now you are done with paper 1, which is your advanced accounting, and we are now dealing with paper 2, corporate and other laws at the intermediate level. So we are standing right now in somewhere like July. and your exams are fast approaching. Many a times, what happens is we get asked from the students. So, good evening, students. Okay, good evening, good evening. Very, very good evening, students. Very good evening, Pavan. Very good evening, Manjiri, Saipriya, Raj, Nikita. Okay. So, what happens is, students, in this paper, let's start with a brief background. What is this paper all about? So, as the name suggests, corporate and other laws. So, mainly it's dealing with laws. And in order to prepare for this subject, you need to keep one thing very surely in mind. We know that the small, small efforts that we take for any paper on a repeated basis, day in and day out, will actually be more meaningful than taking one giant step at a time. What happens is when you're taking your repeated steps again and again and again, you cross the path and then you are on your path of success. Okay? Okay. Good evening, Beta. Good evening, Anand. So, this paper is not just about testing your memory about the law, but it is also to train you to understand that you have to train your mind and apply the law effectively. And if you see that this paper will also help in um, training your mind to think a broader things that okay, if this is the situation, how you have to apply the knowledge of law and then you have to take out an answer. So the paper is of 100 marks and is divided into part 1, which is your corporate laws, and part 2, which is your other laws. Okay, part 1, corporate laws, comprises of Companies Act and the Limited Liability Partnership Act 2008. Then the other laws portion is of 30 marks, and the other laws portion is comprising of the Journal Clauses Act, then your interpretation of statutes, and the FEMA, not the full Foreign Exchange Management Act, but the syllabus is limited to section 6, and you can see it from your study material also. In this question, as we are in we are in July. So what is like, we expect that you must have already completed most of your preparations. And now is the time to just revise or sharpen what you have already learned. So what happens is, while you are reading this paper, you need to understand the why behind the law, and not just that what is the law. Once you understand the why behind the law, there is no need for you to cram it always. If I know why I'm doing it, like if I know why I'm doing my CA, it becomes easier for me to consistently pursue my chartered accountancy. One is I know my goal. The other is I know the whys of my goal, why I want to do it. So once that is clear in my mind, even when I'm faltering somewhere, I will know that, okay, even if I'm faltering, I need to continue myself for that why. Okay. So similar is with this paper. If you understand the why behind the law, you will be in a better position to remember it. Okay. Chinmay, I will take all of this within these 30 minutes. Okay. So you need to be very conceptually clear, and you have to write a language which is what? In English language, except for the students who have opted for Hindi, and even the Hindi students को भी अपने शब्द वैसे ही रखने हैं जैसे कि legal language में keywords use होते हैं. So what I'm trying to say is that you have to write legible English. What do we mean by legible English? Okay, so this we will take up later. So understand the why behind the law. Then use the resources that you have effectively. What do we mean by that? Prepare from the study material, any detailed study material. Refer the RTPs. If possible, refer the past 4 to 5 attempt RTPs. Like since 2000, May 2024, September 2024, January, and then May. So 4 attempts you can refer easily. So do those RTPs also apart from your RTP. And if there is any change in law, kindly amend it as per the latest law. Then refer the MTPs. There are 2 series of MTP which are relevant for you. So your MTP for paper 2 will be on 22nd of July and the other one is in August. So refer the MTPs. Then practice. So why we are saying the study material? Study material is to build your base. It will make you have a conceptual clarity of the provisions. Then the next thing that we are saying is that you have to then start practicing. Phase 1 is when you were studying from the study material. Phase 2, wherein you will be doing some questions from the study material. After every chapter, we have given test your knowledge, or any detailed book for that matter, that will be having some test your knowledge questions, or such questions which are given as illustrations, examples, and test your knowledge type of questions. Those are small questions. Then you will turn into phase 3, which is your consistently just revising. So somewhere at this point of time, you should be between phase 2 and phase 3. Some of you might be at the end of phase 2, and many of the students may be in the phase 3. Okay, so do that. Just a moment. So do that in phase 3 also if you are there. मैम लॉ के लिए सारांश की साइट, हाँ बेटा अभी वो भी बता देते हैं आपको. देन एमटीपी हो गया. केस सिनेरियो बुकलेट इज देयर. प्रैक्टिस फ्रॉम देयर. They contain 35 case scenarios. Okay, so 35 case scenarios from all the chapters are there. Practice from that. It will help you in developing a habit of reading the case scenario, and then reading those MCQs, and while doing the MCQs you will be in a position to go back and see at the case scenario. Okay, so why this answer is that? Okay, many times what happens is students just do the case scenario without going into the deeper things. Many people say that you just read the MCQs and don't look into the case scenario. For some questions, it may be possible. But if suppose you are in this habit only, then you will not refer back the case scenario, and at that point of time, you will lose your marks. So make it a habit. If you feel at the first go that, okay, I have to just read, while practicing from the case scenario booklet, always first read the case scenario and then the MCQs. When I will be coming to the exam strategy, I will change a bit of it. Then you should make notes of your own. That's what I advocate. Always use notes of your own. While reading a section, if you feel that you can make a chart out of it, like a diagrammatic representation out of it, or you want to make a sticky note out of it, and you are in a better position to understand it, make your own notes. Suppose you are not able to make your own notes, then refer Saransh. Okay, for Saransh, can I share my screen? Any student, can you confirm that is my screen? Can you see my screen wherein I have opened buslive.ici.org fast? Any student, if you can tell me. Okay, thank you. So in this, go to the right hand side, like we have everything. Then we have Saransh, last mile referencer. And this, go to intermediate and go to corporate and other laws. And this is your Saransh. So Shubhanshi, your query is resolved. Okay. So this is the saransh. If you are not making your notes of your own, then only refer this. You can refer it, and if you want to utilize it fully, then do what? Buy this or take a printout of it. Okay. What is the correct manner to write answer in law? Because I am from direct entry. Okay, I will take all this. So saransh, and then what you do? Take out a printout or buy the book from the institute and start making your notes in this. Because at the end, only this will help you to revise. Okay. Now, जो सबसे ज्यादा बच्चे मुझसे पूछ रहे हैं, that is how to present your answer. Okay. So I have prepared something for you, which is known as the more you practice, the luckier you get. Luck by chance पे नहीं जाएंगे हम अपनी practice पे जाएंगे. So practice करने के लिए हमें क्या करना होगा? What we need to do? We need to read more and more. We need to practice the questions by hand more and more. For practice, I have told you what all resources are available. And while we are doing this, focus on the important legal terms. What do we mean by that? While you are reading any section, you may feel, okay, this keyword seems very important to me. Mark that. And simultaneously, like I told you in Saransh, write that keyword or make that chart simultaneously with the your Saransh also. Like, let me just give you an example of this also. Just wait for a minute. I'm just sharing my screen again. Okay, so this is your chapter 9, and in this first definition is of section 240, which is a financial statement. Like if you see this diagram, we have given that what all is included in the financial statement. But while you will be writing your answer, you have to write the full sentences. That financial statement as defined under section 240 includes the following. Okay, balance sheet, this. Up now, this last line, can I write it exactly like this in my examination? No, I cannot. I have to write it in a different manner. Like, can I write in case of OPC, small company, dormant company, and private company, startup? Can I just write it like that? Startup? No, I have to write a private limited company, which is a startup company, and startup company where it is defined, then you need to give that. In these cases, the financial statement may not include the cash flow statement. This is for all the students who are asking that what all we need to keep in mind. So while writing this, some of the students may feel that they need not remember that what is the meaning of a startup company, sorry. So here they may, in their notes itself, they are not making another notes and they are using the saransh. Then here they can write startup because a lot of space hither is available for you. So this is how then in the examination you will be referring these notes only. And in the case of in the case of your interpretation of statutes, we have given the legal maxims. Remember them. Do not make these charts in your examination. Okay. Let me take some of the queries which will cover everything. Okay, someone is asking how to avoid laziness during study. I will not take out the name. The point is, if you are clear about your whys, you will not feel lazy. And always divide your time in such a manner that, okay, even if you are supposedly feeling lazy, in laziness, what we do? Let's take it in the sense that, okay, I am not feeling like doing anything. But I have those 24 hours only, and in office I have around 8 hours. Even if I'm lazy, I have to complete my work. So what I will do something which is relatively easy, Or in your case, what you can do, you can just plug in your earpods or headphones and start some lecture, so that even if you are feeling lazy and you are not feeling like, okay, I don't want to use my hand as of now for some time, what you do, just use your ears, relax, and let it play the video of the LVC class, the topic that you are doing. At least that time, I'm not saying 100% will be utilized, but it will be to a larger extent utilized, and you will be like, okay, I have gained at least something. वो guilt factor जो as a student we used to get, okay, I have wasted my time, you will not get that. Okay, but this is only for few times. Now let's come to the examination tip, and this will help many of the students. Like you are asking 15 minutes and all those. In those 15 minutes, try to read the entire paper, and in those 15 minutes, just make a mental note. Okay, this question I want to do first. Then what question to do first? Those 15 minutes are done. Attempt the question that you know the best. However, do keep in mind that while doing that, don't spend too much time on the question, even if you know it like very nicely. If a question is of 5 marks, you cannot get more than 5 marks. So how now I need to think, okay, how can I think that, okay, I should spend this much of time? Like we have 180 minutes for the paper apart from those 15 minutes. If I divide 180 by 100, 180 minutes by 100 marks, so it's approximately 1.8 minutes per mark. So if it's a 6 marks question, you should roughly take 10 to 11 minutes. Okay. So in that, it will be around 120 to 130 minutes for the corporate law portion, including the MCQ, and for other laws portion around 50 minutes. Okay, no, 40 to 50 minutes. Okay, approximately in 180, I can do it. So this solves the query of the students who are asking for 15 minutes. Okay. And while doing this, now the students, those who are asking, ma'am, you are the only one who said this. What I said, beta, Manjiri? Can you tell me what I said? I don't know, beta. What I said, please write it. Okay. Write while you are doing your answers. For direct, there are three kind of questions. One is your MCQs. For that, I told you that you need to read the case scenario or the small case scenario followed by the MCQ, and then you need to solve it. Try to be very cautious that something may be linked in the from the case scenario, and then use the provision of law accordingly. Then the second one is your direct theoretical questions. In direct theoretical questions, like for interpretation of statutes, they ask direct theoretical questions, and sometimes of LLP also. So you know the provision, write that, and try to substantiate it with the help of an example if you know, but do not quote very big examples, and quote only relevant examples. Do not waste your time on it. Then for the practical questions, like generally in this paper, case-based questions, I can say come. So read the question, analyze what the question is saying. So start with the provision, and then seeing the time frame that you have, link the facts and the provision. Otherwise, we say that first write the provision and then write the facts and then correlate and then conclusion. But seeing the time frame, you may correlate the facts and the provision and then conclude. Why conclusion is very important? First of all, that is what the paper is asking from you to answer. So you need to answer that. Secondly, it gives an impression to the paper checker also. Okay, so you are clear in your mind that what the question is asking. Do not give vague answers. Try to attempt 100% of the paper. Okay. So while you are doing that question, if you are clear, then what will happen is it will reflect in the quality of your answer. So try to avoid giving vague answers, because it gives an impression, okay, the student was not clear, or his or her practice was not aptly done. Okay. Okay. So, and then you have to underline the key terms. And as far as the section, to analyze the question first entirely, yes, I always say that to analyze the question first. I always say, I will not say just do the MCQs entirely on their own without looking at the case scenario. I will never ever say that. Because if you inculcate this habit, you will do the same in your examination, and then बाद में अगर कुछ भी गड़बड़ हुई then you will be penalized for it. आपके ही मार्क्स जाएंगे, किसी और का कुछ नहीं जाएगा. ठीक है बेटा? That's why I always say this. And I have told you about the presentation. Keep in mind, some questions you may feel कि मैम पेपर तो लेंदी था, क्वेश्चन नंबर 2A 5B 6C बहुत बहुत, मतलब I'm just giving hypothetical example, बहुत बहुत लंबे थे. They were very big, and what happened, I was not able to complete the paper fully. But do keep in mind, if those questions were lengthy, some of the questions may be very easy. Suppose it's a 6 marks question. Your questions generally come for 5 marks. I'm just giving a 6 marks wala thing. That supposedly it's for 6 marks, and it's like 10 to 11 minutes you have taken. You should have taken 10 to 11, but supposedly you took 12, 15 minutes for that. Do not do like that, but the questions may be such that you may take certain time. Then in other 6 marks question, you can compensate because the quantity of material that was required to be written could have been done within 8 to 9. So you have to balance. We never see the question paper in the sense that, okay, this question is lengthy. The question is lengthy. But overall, the paper has to be completed within 180 marks, and there are many students who complete it. It is all together in your hands. How much I practice by hands and by mind. So the kids learn that poem na, head, shoulder, knees and toes. Aapka head and your hands. Head, hands, head, hands. Yaad rakhna. Practice, practice, practice and more practice. So what all my students need to avoid the common mistakes. The students say कि मैम हमने पढ़ा तो बहुत था, we read a lot, but we were not able to remember it in my exam. So what you need to do for that? A provision which you feel you are not able to remember it. Every time you read it, you forget it. Make, sticky notes are there. Just prepare a brief note and put it on your laptop, put it on your bathroom mirror or something like that. Keep it there for 5 days or till you remember. So every time you are going to the bathroom mirror or you are using the laptop or anything and it pops up in front of you, you will read it and see the magic. It will impact you so much that you will automatically, your brain is so sharp that it will automatically remember all of this. Okay, so that's a tip from my side. Avoid writing generic answer. I told you why. Then section numbers. Do not quote wrong section numbers. Quote only right section numbers. If you are not sure about the section number or the act, write the full line of the act, then just say, as per the provisions of the Companies Act 2013, please do not in any case quote wrong section numbers. Skipping conclusions, I told you that you should not skip the conclusions. Why? I told you it says about the clarity. मैम एग्जाम में कितने क्वेश्चन अटेम्प्ट करने होते हैं? 30 मार्क्स का एमसीक्यू पोर्शन इज कंपलसरी फॉर यू. Then rest 70 marks. One question comes compulsory, which is generally your question number 1. And out of the remaining 5 questions, you have to attempt 4. This is the past practice that we have seen. Okay. But always read the instructions that are given to you. This is the past practice. And as far as we know that this will follow later on also. But as a chartered accountant, future professional chartered accountant, always in brief, just see that, okay, these are the same instructions that I have seen in the previous papers also. And how would you know? Just read the suggested or the question papers that are available on the website. One thing, students only focus on the corporate law portion. Beta, you have to attempt the full paper, then only you will get good marks. If you attempt only 70 marks paper, you will get only 30-40% marks. Okay, so don't ignore your other laws portion and your other laws, FEMA, interpretation, GC. I will also say about LLP. If you see the study module 3, it is I think 100 something pages, 100 and something pages, not much, and that covers 30 marks. The rest 70 marks are in 2 modules. So what is easier? Change your mindset. If I do these now, I will at least get 40 marks. In module 3, we have LLP and the other laws 3 acts. See, you will be in a position to cover 40 marks, at least 35 marks. तो आपने मतलब आधी जंग तो आप जीत ही जाओगे. अपना mindset change करो for other laws portion. Then poor time allocation, I have told you. Anything else to analyze question? First, usage, I have told you how to prepare interpretation of statutes. Go to Saransh, see, open the Saransh chapter, interpretation of statutes, and then simultaneously open your study material or any detail book. And then make notes there. Then you will be in a better position. And while one tip that I will give you for interpretation of statutes is, think it from the point of view, okay, if I'm reading this, what is the meaning? Why was it needed? It will automatically become clear. Interpretation of statutes is all about logical mind. Logical mind, that why. And for some of the things which you need to cram, we have given the legal maxims, and it will be in the archives of the, what do we call it, student journal also. Okay, I will ask my team to just respond that in which, I think February 2024. I will just see, and capsule I have to tell them. I will just tell in the other class. I will ask them to give you. 2024 or March 2020. I will just see and then let you know. That capsule was specifically for interpretation of statutes. You may refer that also. How to get full marks in theoretical subject, I think I have told you. Okay, ma'am, कितने % exam में MCQ होते हैं? 30% बेटा. How to get full marks? Ma'am, is it mandatory to write the form numbers as exam? It is not practically possible to remember all the form numbers for me also, except for those which are very important, and the habit, the way we have inculcated the habit of, be it section numbers, be it penalties, or be it, we keep on reading the exact law. And then only we go into the interpretation. We, like, even if something we have to take out interpretation for you guys also, what we will do, we will first read the section as it is given in the Bare Act. And then only we will go in for the how it is to be interpreted. So we have read that section n number of times. Similarly, that's why we say always refer a detailed study material. For practical, which book prefer for advanced account law? Because I cannot say. Section numbers, I have told you, ma'am, what is the correct manner to write answer? I have discussed it. Vaibhav, I think now it must be clear. सारांश की साइट आपको बता दी. Will it be fine if we write as per the provisions of the act की बजाय बेटा उसमें पूरा act का नाम लिख लेना. As per the Companies Act, as per the Limited Liability Partnership, FEMA, don't write FEMA, the Foreign Exchange Management Act 1999 and the Journal Clauses Act 1897. ऐसे करके लिखना चिन्मय. Okay, madam, this writing section number I have told you, ma'am. What to attempt first, MCQ descriptive, whatever you feel like. But while attempting the MCQs, be very sure that you have to be in line. In MCQ, you have to mark in the OMR sheet. अगर आप अपने question paper, if you have written the answer in your question paper, you will not get marks. So exact institute's language is not possible for any student, but you have to write in legal legible English language using the keywords and full English sentences. No short forms, no SMS language, no WhatsApp language. Maximum marks we have covered. Important legal language. Black pen is only to be used that you have to see it from the instructions given by the examination department. MCQ में you don't have to explain the answers. It's just no reasoning is required. Yes, the study material is enough to prepare for whether be it theory paper or MCQs, be it the descriptive portion or the MCQs. Okay, so we have taken all the questions. So that's all from my side. And with this, I will hand over the baton to my next faculties for paper 3A, which is your Income Tax Act. Law. Okay, Income Tax Law. Thank you, students.
So, good afternoon, students. Welcome you to this guiding sessions for paper 3A, inter paper 3A, income tax law. Hope you have done with your paper 1 and paper 2. The faculties have explained how to study, how to score a good marks in the papers. Now again, we are here for guiding you for the this inter paper 3A. First question ki from where to study? See, now you are in July month, right? And you are going to appear in September 25 examination. And you all must be knowing that from where to study, because this is the time exactly, if you speak, this is the time for your revision, right? But we can say as a protocol, we have to inform you from where you have to study, right?
Because yes, many students ask the Finance Act 2025 amendments, whether they are applicable for September 25 examination or not, which study material is relevant for September 25 examination. So firstly, we will start with what amendments is relevant for September 25 examination, and from where you study for this paper.
Yes.
The institute publication, what are the other publications available for the September 25 examination for preparation of this subject?
Yes. See, this is an income tax law which keep on changing every year with the passing of your annual finance act. So it is very essential that you should know which is the relevant publications, which are the resources from where you have to study, right? The relevant assessment area for you is assessment year 25-26, and accordingly the income tax act as amended by the finance number 2 act 2024 is relevant for you, right? And apart from the amendments made by the Finance Act, these circulars notification which are issued up to 28th of February are relevant for you. But it's very fortunate that for you, in there is no start update for September 25 examination. Whatever be the circulars notification are already there in the study material. So which study material is relevant for you?
It's October 2024 edition.
Yes.
So in the website, if you see for May 25, September 25, and January 26, for all these May attempt has been already done. So for September and for January, for both, October 2024 edition of the study material is relevant. As ma'am has told you, there is no separately start update issued for September 25 examination. So regarding the amendment or notification or circular, only this study material you have to refer. There is no separate notification circular issued after releasing this study material, which is relevant for at intermediate level.
Yes, yes. So, the study material, apart from the study material, see, study material is the first step of your learning, if we say, because from there only you will be able to know what is the scope of your syllabus, what you have to proceed with. Income tax law, if I say, we can start, there is a step-wise procedure is there. You cannot, directly jump to the last chapter or to take up the in-between chapters, because what is happening, first thing is income tax. As name says, suggest ki income means tax on the income. So whole income tax act is revolving around this word income. What is this income exactly is? And then the residential status is important, because in the India, basically, we follow the source based rule. Along with the residential based status, you will be taxable. Means the person who is having a resident in India, whole of the income, that is global income, are taxable in their hands. So first chapter, if you say, first step of computing your total income is to determine the residential status, right? So it is very essential. One or the other question, definitely they ask you on the residential status and your scope of total income. Based on your residential status, your income will be taxable in your hands, right? So one or the other question, definitely they keep on asking from the residential status and scope of total income. It's very, very relevant chapter. And this is the foundation which you will carry over not only for the intermediate, it will go over your final paper also for the international taxation also. So this is the foundation. You have to be very thorough with those provisions, right? Apart from that, then when you're done with your residential status, you know which are the income are taxable in the hands of a resident or a non-resident or not ordinary resident. Then what are the steps? Dimple, can you explain?
Then when you determine what is the scope of that individual, if I'll say, which income is taxable in his hand, then you have to classify that income in the heads of income. You must all know till now that there are 5 heads of income. Your salary, income from house property, profit and gains from business and profession, capital gain, and other sources. So whatever the income a person earns, that needs to be classified in these 5 heads of income. And in the examination, student, it is very important that you classify the income, or by presenting your answer, you classify the income in this sequence only.
Yes.
First, salary, income from house property, then PGBP, capital gain, and other sources. Suppose in there is no income in one head, then you can skip that head. But don't do in the presentation like firstly you are computing income from other sources, then you are computing PGBP, then you are computing salary. Don't do that. Presentation matters a lot in this paper in terms of computation of total income and tax liability. So you have to present in this sequence only the 5 heads of income.
Because the last has your residuary head, once you know that this income is classifying in salaries, because some information, some facts must be given, then you will show the income under the salaries. If some facts and transactions are given relating to a house property, then first head ke baad you will show the house property.
Yes.
Then your PGBP, then your capital. Whatever the remaining income which are not classified in the above 4 heads, that will go to your other sources. So all there is a sequence, so you have to follow that sequence while presenting your first question. If you can say the compulsory question, there you need to follow that presentation. In other questions also, if it's particularly for your salaries, then there is no need. You have to just follow the, you know, how to determine the income under that salaries. Those provisions you have to apply and accordingly compute it. Then the second step, what is the second step for you have to follow?
So in the computation, if you see for each heads of income, there is a charging section. So which determines that income will be taxable under which head. So you have to see the charging section. Then apart from charging section, deeming provisions are also there. Like in PGBP section 41 is there, in which certain incomes are deemed to be in the taxable as profit and gains. In the capital gain also. So there are many deeming provision also. So plus you have to keep in mind the charging section plus deeming section. On that basis, it will be determined that this income will be taxable under which head. Then you have to provide certain deduction and expenses which are allowed in the respective head. If you see in the salary, deductions are available like standard deduction, your professional tax, entertainment tax. But for that, conditions are there, limits are there, thresholds are there. You have to remember all that. Like in PGBP also, certain deductions which are allowed, basically 37, if you see in section 37, revenue expenditure which is for the incurred for the particularly for the business purpose, that is allowed. But then there is a disallowing section also which does not allow certain deduction. Like in 40A, if you see, in case the TDS is required to be deducted and the assessee has not deducted the TDS, then in case of non-resident, the payment is made to the non-resident, then 100% of expenditure is not is disallowed. In case of payment to a resident and TDS has not been deducted, 30% is disallowed. Then 43B, which says that deduction will be allowed for expenditure only on actual payment basis. So certain sections are there for allowing the expenditure and certain sections are also there which is disallowing the non-permissible deductions. So you have to keep in mind all the section which deductions are allowable under which head and which are not allowed under the which head. So after doing all these things, then exemptions also, student. Like in PGBP, if I'll say, in case of partners of a firm, salary of received by a partner from a firm, that is taxable, but the share of profit which is received from the firm, that is exempt under section 10(2)(a). So that exemption, because salary, interest, that is taxable in the hands of partner, in the hands of PGBP, but the profit is exempt. So while computing income under each head, the exemption, relevant respective exemption you have to take care of. After deducting your expenditure, your deduction, whichever is there, then after giving the exemption, you compute the income under the respective head. So the final outcome will be your income under that head.
Yeah. One important thing, as she is saying, you have to follow, you have to allow certain expenses, you have to disallow certain expenses. So what is important here, please note, whenever you are doing that adjustment, just substantiate it with that reasoning. Suppose when she is saying some disallowance of 30% is attracted for a particular expenditure on which TDS is not deducted. So you have to, you have to mention, state clearly that 30% disallowance is attracted for non-deduction of TDS, right? अगर आपको 40B याद नहीं है, suppose 40A याद नहीं है, right? 1A, 41A. If you are not remembering exactly a section, do not write a wrong section. ठीक है? Simply write what is the reasoning for your disallowance, what is the reasoning for your allowance. So in brief, you just write to the point, substantiate your adjustments with the reasonings, right? It's very, very necessary for you. And for remembering the pro forma or this thing, we have given a pro forma in your study material in every head of income. You can retain those allowances, disallowances with the help of that pro forma, and you have to try to follow also while you're doing, practicing those type of questions, to follow the pro forma which is given in your study material, right? That is really very helpful to remember and memorize those allowances. That you can follow.
Because in PGBP, what mostly student has done, they are taking the base as net profit, but they got confused, ma'am, which we have to add back or which we have to reduce. So for that, ma'am has rightly told that there is a pro forma in the chapter in the starting of PGBP. If for all the heads of income that is there, but PGBP, because reverse calculation you have to do, because you are taking the base of net profit. So what while computing the P&L is given in the question, so certain expenditure is already debited in the P&L, and after the adjustment, it is mentioned that the assessee has not done this or something, payment is made in cash exceeding 10,000. So you have to disallow that expenditure. So in the net profit, since the amount is already debited in the P&L and you are taking net profit as a base, you have to add back that expenditure which is already debited and you have to disallow. That is not allowed under the Income Tax Act. So you have to add it back. Similarly, there are certain incomes which are credited in the P&L and which is not taxable under the head PGBP.
Yes.
So you have to reduce it from the net profit to ignore the effect of that income and make it taxable under the respective head. Like if it is capital gain, then it will be taxable under capital gain, or dividend, interest, then in other sources. So you have to see the reverse calculation for doing adding back or reducing. If it is debited and it is not allowed, so you have to reduce. If it is already credited and it is not taxable under the PGBP head, so you have to reduce it and make it taxable under the respective head. So for that, pro forma you have to refer in, which is given in the study material.
Yes. So again, when we are saying कि it's not taxable under PGBP, then you can just simply write this income is taxable under house other sources. यहाँ पे other sources में और capital gains में you simply write in that, you know, this is, we say कि substantiate your answer with the provisions of the law. This is one thing. Then after doing, you know how to compute the now income under the respective heads. Then what is the next step you are going to follow? You will be following the clubbing provisions, right? Clubbing provisions are there. Nowadays, if I see the last few attempts, they are asking very good questions on the provisions of clubbing provisions. Basically, they are testing कि in case of a minor, what are the provisions would be attracted, because minors के case में the income which they are earning through their skills are not to be clubbed in the hands of a parent, right? But is the income which is being earned by a minor, which is on account of some FDs or some which is not from their skills, that has to be included. But apart from that inclusion, you have to remember an exemption also, because it many times it happens कि हमने include तो कर दिया, but we have just skipped and forgot the exemption of 1032. Right, it's 1032.
Yes.
So we provide for that. Don't forget to provide that exemption, right, while adding or clubbing the income of the minor child. Likewise, when you following the clubbing provision, then what is the next step? You have to seek set off and carry forward of losses has to be followed, right? There you have will identify mainly आपको losses, आपका generally it's a general trend कि आपका house property का losses generally they are being tested. Salaries पे there is no possibility of any loss. Then your PGBP loss will be tested. Capital gains loss will be tested, right? Income from other sources में again there is very rare, no possibility of any losses. तो 3 heads में आप देखो कि mainly you have to remember those provisions कि इसका loss कहाँ से set off होगा. PGBP का loss is not allowed to be set off under the head salaries. So these are the tricky points. आप देखोगे in your study material in the box, many of the tricky and the key areas are being specified in that bulb wala thing is given in your study material. This is very helpful for you. So try to memorize all those things with the help of those marking special areas which is given in that boxes, right? Apart from this BAC, where nowadays default tax regime that we call BAC is very important for you, because it is in default tax regime और आपकी जो भी deductions है, certain deductions are not allowed while the person is paying tax under the default tax regime. Agar if the person is not opting out of the default tax regime, ultimately they are going to pay the tax as per 115 BAC. And when we are following BAC, तो आप deductions जो allow कर रहे थे वो भी आपको देखने which are not allowed. You have to remember and memorize those deductions specifically, right? इसी तरीके से set off में भी आपका आता है income from house property. Loss from house property is not allowing when you are opting for the default tax regime. वहाँ पे नहीं allowed. Even the interest in case of self-occupied property is also not allowed in the respective head itself. If you are having self-occupied house property and you are having some income from let out property, right? Income interest on loan which you have borrowed for the purpose of self-occupied property, that is also not allowed to be settled from the let out property income. That is a critical point now. How you can learn and do this by practicing.
Do not read the provisions, do not read the questions given in your study material or in your RTPs, on your MTPs. You have to solve it by taking the pen and paper. Otherwise it generally trend है कि when we skip to forget the important things, जो हमें याद रखनी है. You have to integrate certain things while solving a computation of total income and tax liability. So this is very, very crucial. Default tax regime की deductions, exemptions which are not allowed, memorize those things. ठीक है, आपने set off तक follow कर लिया. You have followed the set off. Now क्या आएगा आपका when you have just aggregating your providing the clubbing provisions, applying your set of provisions, then you will be come to know arrive at your gross total income. राइट, ग्रॉस टोटल इनकम. बहुत सारे क्वेश्चंस में आपको ग्रॉस टोटल इनकम तक ही पूछते हैं. हो सकता है ऑल द इंफॉर्मेशन इज गिवन फॉर योर डिडक्शंस आल्सो, बट समटाइम्स दे हैव जस्ट आस्क यू टू कंप्यूट द ग्रॉस टोटल इनकम. Yes, so students, it's very important you read your question carefully and just read what are the requirement of the question. Suppose the question asks gross total income or total income. What happens? Student doesn't read the question carefully and they just compute the tax liability. Yes. So that happens. To just read what is required, what is the requirement of the question, and just stick your answer to the requirement of the question. Don't, because you will not get any extra mark for doing the whole computation which is not asked in the question. Yes, yes. If under chapter 6 are not allowed at all, ठीक है, वहां पे आपको need not to write anything. ठीक है, आपको लेकिन you have to specify कि this deduction is not allowed at BSc, then only you will fetch the marks. ऐसा नहीं है कि आपने GTI किया, आपको पता है ATC मिलता नहीं है, ATD मिलता नहीं है, आपका ATTTA मिलता नहीं है, तो nothing is allowable. तो आपने directly, you cannot directly just go and jump to the total income. You have to specify this deduction is not allowable under BSc. And you have to write it this in your answer sheet.
You are doing, you are not giving the exemption, what you are disallowing, you are allowing for anything, for treatment of each and every adjustment. You have to write the reasoning why you are doing so, why you are not allowing, why you are allowing, why it is disallowed, why it is not disallowed. You have to write the substantiate your answer, then only you will fetch the marks. Like one student has, Vaibhav has asked the correct manner to write and present answer. This is the manner like computation may, if you see, you have taking the, in case of PGBP heads ke liye we have already told the sequence you have to follow. For PGBP you have to take the net profit as a base. Whatever the adjustment you are doing, please substantiate your answer in a very crisp and short. You don't need to write the whole kahani for that. You just need to write whether it's allowed or disallowed and the reasoning for that. Suppose it is disallowed because the cash payment exceed 10,000. So just mention disallowed since the payment made to so and so exceed 10,000 in cash. That's it. You don't need to write idhar udhar ki kahani because that will not give you any extra mark. But for section number, if you are so sure of section number, then only quote the section number. Because if you quote the wrong section number, definitely you will lose the marks for that. So don't quote the wrong section number. Yeah. So after GTI, certain deduction under section 10AA and your chapter 6A, after allowing the deduction which is permissible as per the regime in which assessee is paying the tax, you will get the total income.
Yes, look for that information. Whether it's written ki shifted out of the default tax regime, if nothing is mentioned, then you have to compute as per the default tax regime. Right?
And if it says ki in a most beneficial manner you have to compute, so it means you have to compute in the both regime and you have to advise ki what is beneficial to the assessee. So you have to look what is the requirement of the question. After computing total income, you have to determine the tax liability. In case of shifting out, then there's a different slab rate, and in case of BAC, there's a different slab rate. So you have to compute the tax liability according to the regime. Suppose student like in the recent examination, suppose the question is required to compute the total income under both the regime. So firstly, you have done, because 115 BAC is the default tax regime, you have computed total income as per default tax regime. While doing as per your optional tax regime, which is normal provision, you don't need to compute the whole gross total income or total income again. You don't need to do the whole calculation again because it will consume a lot of your time. So what you have to do, you have to take the gross total income or total income as per default tax regime as a base. Take that as a base and do the adjustment in that. There are certain deduction, many deduction which is available. All the deduction, if I'll say, available under optional tax regime, which is not available under default tax regime. So these are extra benefit is given under optional tax regime. So you have to reduce the deductions.
Additional depreciation, if I'll say, additional depreciation is not allowed under default, but now it is allowed under optional. So you have to reduce it from the gross total income. Then many exemption, or if I'll say salary के case में, the standard deduction का difference is there. In case of default is 75, but in case of optional it's 50,000. So extra 25,000 you have reduced while computing default. So you have to add it back again 25,000 in your optional tax regime. So do the adjustment in that gross total income which is computed as per default tax regime to drive the total income for optional tax regime. Because unnecessary you have to do all the computation for all the heads of income. You have to write the reasoning of that is not at all required when two regimes are asking the questions. You have to keep in short ki how to drive by taking something as a base.
Yes, yes. One again important thing, that total income is given and tax liability is being asked. You have to see whether the surcharge is applicable or not. Because क्या होता है ना, we are in hurry कि हम जैसे
Yes.
tax rate से apply करके you compute your tax liability, but skip to note कि 50 लाख से income जाता है तो surcharge applicable under both the regime. आप चाहे optional में चाहो default tax में, दोनों में 10 after 50 लाख से ऊपर when you go in case of individual, then your surcharge will be applicable, right? But higher surcharge में difference है. The enhanced surcharge में there is a difference under both the regimes, right? The higher surcharge of 37% is not applicable in default tax regime. So this you have to keep in mind. This information they are not definitely not going to give in your question. If the income is marginally higher than your 50 lakh limits or your total income exceeds 1 crore limits, then marginal relief also sometimes being maybe tested. So that you please, when you compute your total income and tax liability, see what is your total income and keep in mind that surcharge is also possible to be applicable, right? This information you yourself have to
Yes,
gather.
like AMT.
Yes.
Yes, if 10 double
रिबेट
deduction,
रिबेट
yes,
अगर
rebate
बहुत
also.
कम है या रिबेट अगर आपकी इनके 5 लाख से कम है इन केस ऑफ ऑप्शनल regime, 7 लाख से कम है इन योर डिफॉल्ट टैक्स regime, तो रिबेट will come into picture. So these are the very very important things you have to keep in mind.
ठीक है, we have a query. Subhanshi is asking regarding exam paper pattern. Shubhangi, it's income tax is of 50 marks, so 30% is of your MCQ based paper. So 15 marks is your MCQ based paper, which is case scenario based paper, MCQs. So for 15 marks, it's a compulsory MCQ. There's a no external or internal choice. You have to attempt all the MCQs for 15 marks. No reasoning is required, and there is no negative marking also, which is the best part. Because if you are not so much sure, or if you are okay, but don't skip the MCQ because negative marking is not
there
there.
is no negative marking. Attempt all the MCQs.
Regarding the descriptive portion of 35 marks, there will be one full-fledged question of 15 marks, which is a compulsory question. So for 15 marks, a compulsory question, then you have to attempt, there will be 3 questions of 10 marks each. But you have to attempt any 2 questions of 10 marks each. Okay? Then there in one question, there will be a internal choice also. Basically, it is mostly in question number 4.
In optional questions now, from the second to fourth, there maybe
internal choice also. But while do the just selecting your which questions which you want to take for this optional question, please keep in mind the subparts also, because it's, this second to 4 they may have the subparts also. So for that, just see which subparts you know very well, and on that basis decide which question you want to solve for that. For that, use your 15 minutes time. The initial 15 minutes time you get for just reading the question paper. On that 15 minutes, you have to carefully just read the question paper. Don't be so excited or while seeing the question paper, or don't get so nervous also. Because what happens generally when we see the question paper, if something is very familiar, then we just don't use our mind, or we just see ki, we have seen this kind of question paper, and while doing the calculation, if some little trick is there, we must just miss the trick, because that is resistant in mind ki we have solved this kind of question. So don't get too much excited also. Similarly, if some difficult adjustment is there, or some question which is not familiar, so don't get nervous also, because that is not familiar. Maybe that is question is not familiar, but while you are trying to solve the adjustment, you
start remembering and recalling the provision.
So don't get so nervous also while seeing the question, but use your that 15 minutes time for choosing which external choice question which we want to do, and the internal choice also, ki which question do you want to attempt.
Yeah.
And regarding the sub part also, students, because in the sub part, just like first question is the compulsory question, in the other question there is a sub part. Do all the sub part of one question in a one place. Suppose in second question there are two parts, A and B. You did the A part, and for second part you are not so sure or you want to attempt later on, just leave the space for second part, then do the third or fourth question. Don't do that you have done 2A there and now start 3B or fourth question, and in the last page you are doing the 2B. Don't do that. Don't do that. Just do the all parts of one question at one place
In
only.
continuation only.
Yes.
In continuation only. Or it's also not necessary, you know, do that you need to do first compulsory question at the
Yes.
first. It's not required. Just make a choice. If you want to do the fourth question, then do and very much familiar, you know, ki in this question I have a full chance to grasp full marks. So that you can attempt first, then you can proceed with the other questions. But whatever be the parts of fourth you are taking, you please do it in continuation. See, that's what she wants to say. So, meanwhile, we are just about to close our session. In case of any query you please want to ask, you may please ask. That we have already explained, the manner already explained. Now you know कि total income you have computed, tax liability you have computed. TDS provisions are very, very important provisions, and independent questions are being asked from those provisions, right? Independently they asked you. In written filing also they ask you independent questions. So these are the areas, these are the chapters you can get the full marks. So do practice, do revise, do memorize the rates and the dates from which they are applicable. It is very, very important in TDS provision specifically, if I say. And this year to aapki capital gains provisions again are applicable from a particular date, that is 23rd July 2024, which is an important date because it is going to change your period of holding, the nature of assets is going to change, the tax rates are going to change. So many indexation benefit will not be applicable post amendments. So these are the very important dates which you have to remember and carefully pay the attention what date is being given in your question paper. Accordingly proceed to solve the questions, right? So any other questions you want to ask? Or we may just close the session and give to the next faculty of IDT, GST, section B. One thing I think you have asked in law paper regarding interpretation of statutes, which is given in which edition of the Student General. The faculty has informed us that it is being given in your May 25 edition of the Student General. The interpretation of statutes in law paper, particular law paper, is given in May 25 edition of Student General. Right? So you may refer that for this purpose of this topic. So thank you, students. Thank you so much.
All the best.
Wish you all the very best for your exams. Keep learning, be consistent. Actually, you have to be very consistent for practicing. You have to keep on practicing. This is the only mantra for getting success. Actually, to achieve the excellence, you have to be consistent. Right? Thank you so much. Another faculty is joining.
Good afternoon, students. Welcome to the session Best is Yet to Come for Intermediate Paper 3, Section B, Goods and Services Tax. Myself, CA Swati Agarwal, Faculty, Board of Studies. So the title itself is very, interesting. It itself is very motivating. Best is yet to come. It is never too late. It is never too late to start your preparation. It is never too late to feel that you are behind or you are lacking something. Best is yet to come. Everything, all the still you have got lot of time to study, to revise, and to excel in the examinations. Okay. So what is the objective of this session? The objective is to prepare revision strategy day before examination. These are the things which we are going to focus upon in this session. Learn how to manage time management, and how to you present your answer so that you are able to score good marks in the examination, and also to apprise you of the commonly committed errors in the examination so that you feel conscious while solving the questions, and you don't tend to repeat the mistakes. As it is always said, it is always better to learn from others' mistake than to commit mistakes at your own end. So staying motivated, that is really very important, very crucial at this juncture, that you stay motivated, because it is very important. If you don't stay motivated, you won't be able to accelerate your studies, your revision strategies, and you won't be able to write your answers in the examination within the stipulated time. And if you want to shine like a sun, as Dr. APJ has said, first burn like a sun. We all want to shine like a sun. There is no doubt all of us want to shine like a sun. But the problem is we don't like to burn like a sun. But it is important, my friends. It is important that if you want to shine like a sun, you should first burn like a sun. And if you burn like a sun, then I assure you that you will shine like the sun. Success is the sum of small efforts repeated day in and day out. Okay, so now coming to the point, how to best utilize the time till examination. What are the strategies to be followed? First of all, you need to create a study plan, because planning, as we all of us are aware of, that planning is very important before initiating any task. Then you need to prioritize the important topics, important key concepts where you need to spend more time. You need to prioritize the things. You should gain the conceptual clarity, because it is a chartered accountancy examination where your concepts need to be clear. Then only you will be able to clear the examination with flying colors. Along with gaining conceptual understanding, it is equally important to memorize the concepts and provisions. Prepare or compile summaries to enable revision day before examination. One great thing to announce is that the Saransh for this paper is already available. Saransh, which contains summary of each and every chapter of Intermediate Section B. Paper 3 Section B GST is already web hosted on BOS Knowledge Portal. When we say that prepare or compile summary, what we mean? In fact, in study material also, let us recapitulate section is there, which contains summary of each and every chapter. Now, when we say what do we mean is that when you study a particular topic, you may keep saransh, or let us recapitulate section given in the study material on your one side, and whatever additions you want to make, whatever you think that this is my gray area, it differs from individual to individual. You may highlight the same. You may add sticky note in the saransh or the let us recapitulate section, so that when the day before examination, when you have a very limited time to revise the whole syllabus, you don't get panic. You are able to complete the revision process, and you are well aware of that where you need to focus more with your gray areas, because that you would have marked in your sticky notes, or added in the saransh. Then regular revisions, practice, past papers, MTPs. Now the case scenarios, booklet on case scenarios is also available on the website where the case scenarios based multiple choice questions are compiled. You may practice from them. And further to practice from in an examination scenario, the model test paper booklet is also web hosted and it contains 8 model test papers for intermediate paper 3 section B. You may practice from there also. And maintaining healthy lifestyle is important. If you are healthy, then only your health will allow you to focus more, to work more. Stay positive, motivated. This is the first and paramount important thing, that you need to stay positive and motivated then at this point of time, and not only at this point of time, during examination, before examination, and after examination as well. So for focus study sessions, first of all, we can say that you may study for it may differ from individual to individual. You may study for 25 minutes, then take a 5 minutes break, repeat the cycle 3 more times, take a 20 minutes break to recharge. Break is important because to recharge itself, just like when we have even a mobile phone with us, mobile phone also needs to be recharged. Mobile phone also needs to be recharged as well as charged so that it continuously works in a better manner. Same is the case with us. We also need to charge ourselves. We also need to recharge. Uh, Lifestyle habits for better memory, sound sleep, balanced diet, and staying away from distractions. Social media is very important for better memory techniques. Then achieving success in the upcoming examination, it is important to believe in yourself, maintain a positive mindset and confidence, then apply strategies and stay calm, manage stress, do meditations, yoga, or you may listen to the music. Music is also great, carries a great healing power. And so that to maintain your anxiety during the examination. We know that little bit anxiety it is normal, but yes, anything in excess is always detrimental. So to maintain your anxiety during the examination, it is important to stay calm. So as we know, paper 3 taxation is of 100 marks and there are two sections in it. Section A, income tax 50 marks, and section B, GST carry the equal weightage of 50 marks. Applicable position of law for September 25 examination, Finance number 2 Act 2024, all the amendments which are made by FA number 2 Act 2024 and are relevant at intermediate level, they are applicable for September 25 examination. Plus notification and circulars till 28th of Feb 2025 are applicable for September 25 examination. So statutory updates have already been compiled and web hosted. Relevant BOS educational input study material. This study material contains the new features like we have included the crossword puzzles for you for the gamification so that you are able to retain the important concepts in an interactive manner. Then rapid fire quiz questions, MCQs have also been included. You may refer the study material. Then we have the revision test papers, mock test papers, statutory updates, as I have told you, MCQ practice board. Statutory updates, let me show you, it is already hosted on the website. See, this stat update is already hosted for September 2025 examination. Then the special features of study material, as I have already highlighted to you, let us recapitulate section. It contains a summary of each and every chapter, MCQ quizzes, crossword puzzles, rapid fire quizzes. Lot of visual imaginary is included in intermediate study material for GST. So you would have already gone through the ICI website. It contains all the important things like Saransh, booklet on case scenarios, model test papers, which we have prepared for you. And while beginning your study, it is important to go through the section-wise and skill-wise weightage along with the study guidelines. See, as we know that the section 1, basically carry the substantive provisions, and it is important to go through the substantive provisions they carry the highest weightage in the examination. And if you have a strong grasp of the substantive provisions, then you should master towards proceed towards the procedural aspects of GSC. So substantive provisions are covered in chapters 1 to 8, that is module 1, along with input tax credit of module 2. Study guidelines. Study guidelines, it contains the exclusions from the syllabus, something which is not relevant for you for the examination. So study guidelines are also hosted on the website for September 25 examination. It contains certain topics which are not included relevant for you at intermediate level, like valuation rules are covered at final level. Reversal provisions of input tax credit are covered at final level. So these are the few significant things. Then how to master any topic. Since today is 15th July and you have time for your September 25 examination, so let us touch upon that how to retain, because retention is how to retain, how to memorize. This is a problem, which we have got a lot of queries from students, that they have understood the things, but they are not able to retain it. They are not able to reproduce it during the examination. See, first study the topic from the study material. Thereafter, you write the explanation of the said topic in your own words, in a simple language with examples, in a manner as if you are explaining the same to a person who doesn't have the same knowledge base as possessed by you. Then you need to identify the areas where your understanding is not up to the mark, and once again go through them from the study material with the help of examples, illustrations, diagrams given therein, and so as to improvise your explanation. It will help you in mastering any topic in a better manner. आपको किसी को ऐसे पढ़ाना है like the other person does not know anything, he or she is a layman, and if you explain to the other person, then those provisions get registered in your mind and you are able to retain them for a longer period of time, right? Effective memory techniques for CA students, acronyms, acrostics. I will, since this session is of half an hour, so I will just give you a brief introduction of these memory techniques, acronyms, acrostics, visual imagery. Then if you try to understand the logic, intent of the provision, then you are able to understand the provisions in a better manner. You are able to appreciate the provisions, and you need not mug up the provisions, right? Repetition, flashcards, sticky notes. Repetition is also something which aids in memorizing the things. If you read that, that's why we advise students to have 2 or 3 rounds of revision before examination, because if you read something again and again, then you are able to retain it for a better longer time. Just one example of acronym, like supply includes all forms of supply of goods or services or both, such as disposal, sale, license, rental, barter, exchange, lease, transfer, made or agreed to be made for a consideration by a person in the course or furtherance of business. Now, if I want to remember all these forms of supply and what are the key elements of supply, I have made this acronym DSLR belt of GS for CNP. DSLR stands for disposal, sale, license, rental, belt, barter, exchange, lease, transfer. GS, goods and services. For C and B, C means consideration and B means in the course or furtherance of business, right? So these are the key elements. This is not an exhaustive list. You can prepare it on your own, whatever feels interesting to you. You may form the acronyms across 6 as per your area of interest. Someone likes Bollywood more, some may like Hollywood, some may like cricket, some may like music. So whatever is your area of interest, you may make these type of acronyms on your own. Then, like supplies on which tax would be levied with effect from a notified date, we have these 5 elements: aviation, turbine fuel, high speed diesel, natural gas, petroleum crude, motor spirit. Now, how to memorize it? FD, GPS. Like, right. So, F fuel, D diesel, G gas, P petroleum, and S is spirit. FD of GPS. Acrostics are the basically statements when we take some few words from a statement and make a sentence of it, then that is called acrostics. Like for schedule 1, there are 4 entries: permanent transfer, Then supply of goods or services between related persons, supply of goods by a principal to his agent, and import of services. So permanent transfer is important between related distinct person by principal to agent for import of services. See, in this examination also May 25, some students, there was a question that what are the activities which can be treated as supply when even when made without consideration. And some students have committed mistake that they have written import of goods and goods as well as services. What is covered herein is import of services, not right. So I have given you a brief idea how to memorize, how to retain the GST concepts. Then points to be borne in mind while practicing application-based questions. Work out your problems for test your knowledge section, study material. Compare your solutions with provided answer. In case you have any doubt, you may mark it with a highlighter. You may add key sticky notes. And when you practice the same chapter subsequently, pay special attention to these marked questions. The best thing for a revision strategy, if you will ask me, ma'am, what is the best revision strategy? The more you revise, the more you remember. The more you remember, the more you know. And the more you know, the smarter you grow, right? So you need to revise again and again because the more you revise, the smarter you grow. Okay. How to revise day before examination, I have told you, refer Saransh. Let us recapitulate, is already given. Start from the substantive provisions before progressing to the procedural law. Go through the gist of tricky issues involved in computational problems. Give special emphasis to the statutory update because GSA is a rule-based legislation and amendments keep on coming for this paper. To revise all the latest developments of GSE, please stay in touch with the statutory updates which are already web hosted. How to manage time in the examination? First of all, I will advise you, how to best utilize 15 minutes reading time given before start of examination. Give a quick glance to all the descriptive questions except question 1. Then out of 3 optional questions, identify the question which you will attempt. Identify the descriptive question for which you feel most confident about. This will be the question you will answer first, setting a positive momentum for the paper. Then how to approach the case scenario based MCQ. Get a meticulous reading to the case scenario along with the MCQ. As you go through each MCQ, focus on identifying the relevant information which is provided in the scenario and applicable concepts or provisions of law. Thereafter, you should mark the correct answer. And one important thing, you need not write your assumptions in the MCQ and you need not give the reasoning for the MCQ. That is a good thing. So this way you are able to save your time for writing the descriptive answers. In descriptive portion, I advise you that you should write each answer in commensuration with the marks which it carries. Aim for precise and focused response. Any query we have? Try to adhere to your pre-allocated time for each question. Right? And always remember that 6 average answers can fetch you more marks than 3 excellent answers. So don't leave any question unanswered. Try to attempt all questions. Yes, Vimal, you have made your own acoustics. You can make any, right? I have already discussed with you that whatever suits you, whatever you feel interesting, Hollywood, Bollywood, music, cricket, you may make your own acoustics and acronyms, right? Points to be borne in mind while answering comprehension and knowledge-based question. You need to highlight the main points with brief descriptions, such as bullet points with headings. Break the answer in brief paragraphs. Now coming to the last objective of this session, as I have discussed with you the time management preparation strategies, we have already discussed them in length. Now coming to the commonly committed errors in the exams. See, it is very important to revise the fundamental aspects of GST law during your revision process. I have already discussed that. Begin by revising the concept of supply, which is given in section 7 of the CGST Act along with schedule 1, 2, 3 of the CGST Act. Now, schedule 1 of the CGST Act 2017, transactions between related or distinct persons are considered as supply under GST law, even if made without consideration. Now, members of the same family, we know they are considered as related persons. It is important to understand the definition of family. See, family means spouse and children of the person and the parents, grandparents, brother and sister of the person if they are wholly or mainly dependent on the said person. See, there's a query. Thanna Uday Bharat is asking by writing wrong answer will affect marks of other questions, ma'am. See, first of all, the first answer we should write. Obviously, we advise you that first of all write the answer which you know very well, which for which you are confident. Because obviously, if your first answer is good, it will give you positive momentum to the students as well as to the paper checker. Right. So any examiner who is checking your paper, that will also be, have a positive bent of mind that yes, this student is intelligent and all, maybe all the answers will be correct. As we know that first impression is the last impression, so it is important for you to start your paper with a positive momentum. Now, the important point to note is that dependency condition is not applicable in case of spouse and children. It is important so to go through the definitions meticulously. Then when revising the services taxable under reverse charge, it is important to check who is supplier and who is recipient of service so as to determine the applicability of reverse charge. Then it is crucial to observe that for the purpose of computing aggregate turnover of a registered person for determining his eligibility to pay tax under composition scheme, value of supply from 1st April of a financial year up to the date he becomes liable for registration, that is included in the aggregate turnover. However, when we determine the tax payable by a person under composition scheme, the supplies from 1st April of a financial year up to the date when he becomes liable for registration, they are not included in the aggregate turnover. Now, coming to the exemption, generally we get a question in the examination asking about the taxability or the exempted, whether the particular item transaction is taxable or exempt under GST law. Services provided by whom and to whom should be examined before giving exemption to a particular service. In other words, it is necessary to verify both the provider and the recipient of services before granting exemption to grant accuracy. For the purpose of determination of value of supply under GST, TCS under Income Tax Act would not be includable as it is an interim levy not having the character of tax. Further, please note that only subsidies directly linked to the price of goods or services and received by non-governmental bodies, they are to be added to the value. Blanket subsidy or if the donation received, they are not includable in the value. Note that if subsidy is given by state government or the central government, it is not to be added to the value of supply. See, these are two very important points we get in the examination when we come to the value of supply chapter. TCS under Income Tax Act not to be included in the value of supply, and subsidies which are directly linked to the price of supply, and if they are received by non-governmental bodies, then only they are to be added to the value. Then, when we get a compulsory question of 10 marks, it is important to ensure that if value of taxable supply other than exempt and zero rated supply in a month of registered person, if it exceeds rupees 50 lakh, then Rule 86B of the CGST rules 2017 gets attracted. So in that case, amount available in electronic credit ledger shall be utilized only to the extent of 99% of the output tax liability while discharging the tax liability. Balance 1% of the output tax liability needs to be discharged from electronic cash ledger. So in compulsory question in the examination requiring computation of net GST payable, you may verify applicability of Rule 86B. So now the most important thing that in compulsory question while computing net GST payable, students commit mistake by utilizing input tax credit for discharging the reverse charge liability. See, this is the most commonly committed error which we get in examination, in all the compulsory questions. Output tax does not include the tax payable under reverse charge. So input tax credit cannot be used for payment of any tax payable under reverse charge mechanism. Same has to be discharged in cash. This is very important. Registration is required only for a place of business from where taxable supply takes place. Threshold limit for e-invoicing 5 crore. All registered businesses with an aggregate turnover in any preceding financial year from 17 or 18 onwards greater than 5 CR will be required to issue e-invoices. And the TDS provisions, it may be noted that tax would be deducted under GST law at the rate of 1% under CGST, 1% under HGST of the payment made to the supplier, where total value of supply under a contract exceeds rupees 2,50,000, and value for this purpose shall exclude. This value excludes the amount of central tax, sales state tax, union territory tax, integrated tax, and cess indicated in the invoice. So the threshold limit is 2,50,000, where total value of a supply under a contract exceeds. Point to note here is that it exceeds rupees 2 lakh and excludes the amount of central tax. Right, and these topics, place of supply, account center cost, TDS, TCS, they are newly introduced, so please pay special attention to them. Threshold limit, e-invoicing, 5 CRs. Taxable supply registration, again, I'm just touching upon the key points. ITC cannot be used for payment of any tax which is payable under reverse charge mechanism. Compulsory question में you have to check the applicability of rule 86B 50 lakh threshold limit. 99% of output tax balance, 1% of output tax liability needs to be discharged from electronic cash reserve. Right? TCS under Income Tax Act would not be included in value of supply, and subsidies, blanket subsidy, not includable. Okay? So we have completed all the commonly committed errors, and we wish you good luck for your examination. I hope that you are able to understand the revision strategies, how to manage time in the examination. And so the objectives of this session: get the revision strategies, time management, preparation strategies, commonly committed mistakes. All these the objectives of the sessions have been fulfilled. You are able to understand the key points where students generally get commit mistake, and this compulsory question 86B, and you don't have to discharge the reverse charge mechanism liability by using ITC. It has to be discharged in cash only. Thank you, students. Thank you.